There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark in
What a pumped up day we have here in the FSL PUBG Mobile Open Day 2, where we celebrate the greatness, boldness, and beauty of women. I am Mochii together with SisJenny, and we'll be your shoutcasters and hosts for today, similar to yesterday. And yesterday we had 25 teams who tried to survive in the battlegrounds, but now it came down to 15 more, showing the essence of survival of the fittest through skills, luck, and talent. How are you, SisJenny?
I'm good, definitely, and I am very excited to see the best of the best to compete today. Honestly, from yesterday, I did see a lot of potential, especially coming from the group that we casted over. But also, when I look into the results in Group A, I think it's quite scary. Also, there are a few
Yeah.
teams that can show great potential over in Group A.
Yes, and as far as we may recall, we had the groundbreaking 85 points from the side of TGPPG being followed by other teams, and we have seen some great executions from the side of Asteria from the Philippines and as well as Mongolia. Yep, Mongolia, HIC Goddess with 55 points overall, and followed by the Rolex Girls and etc. And I think we'll be able to break down more of that later on. But first, we would like to thank our sponsors for this event because it wouldn't be possible without them. It is Intel and of course Yahoo.
Yep, definitely. Thank you so much for making every PUBG Mobile open for ladies. And every season it has been better and better and getting all these new talents. And plus, some of them are carrying a senior name, but they are really proving a point that they still belong in PUBG Mobile ladies. So, the qualified squads today that we will be seeing in the battleground will be IHC Goddess, Asteria, Mata Ladies, Mugen Skylar, WC Victoria High Team, Gravium Ravens, and M Team. So a few of these teams that I've just mentioned, we did not get to see them battle it out yesterday because they were in Group A. So definitely it's something for us to look upon because honestly, I look at the total points is very close to one another. So I believe very much this group is pretty challenging when it comes to individual talents.
Yes, definitely. And so far, we had tried to go for the Group B, which, of course, you guys are pretty familiar with these. These are the teams of YGY Team, the Demigoddesses, Goddess from Myanmar, Sugar Rush OFC, but sadly, we wouldn't be able to see them play today because they have other matters to attend to. We also have Esa Angels from Malaysia, Farang Lassi from Malaysia, TGPPG from Malaysia, and of course, the Rolex Girls from Vietnam.
Yep, a tight battle indeed. A few representation for each countries, and these ladies can't wait to see one another. Of course, again, those of you who just tuned in, remember to give this live stream a follow, like, and share, subscribe, whichever platform you are watching us from, and remember to comment to your favorite teams. Give them their support. If you have no idea which teams is your favorite, then just support a country that you are from.
Yes, definitely. Because these teams also does not just focus on themselves; they also need that support as well, so that they will be able to get some boost, so that they have more reason, of course, to establish their talents and prove themselves in the battlegrounds.
Yep, definitely. So, Mochi, who do you think will be a champion today? Okay, let's say top three. Let's say top
Well,
three.
okay, top three. I'm vouching for TGPPG,
Mm-hmm.
Asteria, and maybe one more team from Malaysia, but I'm not quite sure because so far Malaysia has a lot of like representatives that has been able to come to this stage.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to looking to look for more or whatever they will be able to show up here.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I definitely think I do want to see the domineering teams from different part of the nation too, like maybe from
Mm-hmm.
Indonesia, Philippines. I think they also have something that they are actually waiting for as a surprise. But not forgetting where FSL is from, Singapore, a team, the only representative in Group A, and today they are the only representative also. So Morgan Skylar, let's see what they've got.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. And so far we have like taken down some notes here from the teams that played against each other yesterday
Mhm.
for Group B, and we have witnessed that TGPPG, I mean, it has been we have been blabbering all about this team.
Yeah.
Like they are really veterans in terms of reading the circle. And every point, in every contact, they never leave without a fight, and they always face those the teams head on. And also, one of their members popped up yesterday. I just cannot recall their name, but it starts from letter M, and they really possess a good combination of the sense of objective and as well as the aggression, because
Mm.
all their aggressions are fairly rewarded. Then they don't just put out the aggression for nothing.
Oh, definitely. But of course, something to look forward is the price breakdown. The first
Oh
one
yeah.
will win 500 Singapore dollars. Second will go home with 250 Singapore dollars. Third will go home with 175 Singapore dollars. And fourth will be 75 Singapore dollars.
Yeah, and hopefully you will be having those teams who not only get those prizes but also have the what they call this, the bragging rights as well. Because of course it just means that they'll be establishing like, come on, this is our power. We can flex this out. And well, without further ado, we'll be diving right into the first battlegrounds, or the first match which we'll be having this afternoon.
Yay! And here we go. Let's fly over the happy island or the happy land of Erangel. Starts from shooting range, ends. It ends near of no scar. So I don't want to jinx it today. I don't want to say
Again.
anything.
Yeah, it might be the same thing from yesterday. Hopefully not. And we are vouching of maybe a circle near the mansion, but I don't know. We're not quite sure. But let's just see if that will be the same case, because this is actually a really interesting flight path that all the way on the left side of the map. So it just means that, or we're pretty sure that some of the areas here would not be able to be reached by some of the teams. And we'll just see that depending on where the circle is, there might be some early engagements.
Yep, definitely. And today is it's a full lobby. So basically, the challenge will be as per normal, like any other official tournaments. Because if I'm not mistaken, it's about 15 to 16 teams are in the lobby today. Hence, it will not be as easy or as, how to say, late fights as yesterday. It will be harder because teams will see each other's rotation. And in fact, we can see that there are a few teams very close to one another right now over in the areas of Jogopol, in the container areas, and plus I think a whole lot of them will apparently meet one another.
Yes, definitely. And as well as the fact that there are really great saturation here at the upper part and the mid part of the map, specifically at the school, and of course the upper areas wherein they're just gonna most likely. But look at this, there's already one man down, and what? She has
Oh,
got into a car accident, as we may see.
oh dear. I wonder what happened there. I'm not sure uh, which part of Erangel someone actually went down. It's pretty unlucky for that person, but apparently we'll find that a bit later. But right now, looking into Rolex here, this is a team from Vietnam, I think, joining in with IHC. I'm not exactly sure which team where they are from the other side. Let's see. Oh, let me get. Oh, you know what? It's from the same country. It's a Vietnam versus Vietnam. So
Oh,
probably they have been training together. And wait, I'm wrong. It's IHC Goddess, so it's Mongolia. I thought it's High Team. So it's Mongolia versus Vietnam right now over in the areas of Cerveny. They definitely have seen one another, and we can see that I think Rolex wants to do a push. The ladies
mhm.
are quickly looting and pushing towards the areas of where Mongolia has landed.
Yeah, actually, that's the same thing that we have taken down from Rolex girls yesterday, right? They
Uh-huh.
really tend to do well in gunfights, but they tend to lose their grip when they face during TGPPG during the round three of Sanhok yesterday in the early drop. But when they try to commit, I mean, when they really know when to commit and when to flee, and they tend to always play safe in the early stages. But this time around, it seems like it's about to be different, because it seems like what you've said, they're really looking forward for early engagements here.
Yep, definitely. They are going to start to push. We can see from the mini map, the Mongolia team is getting ready for the defense system. And I'm sorry, it's not Cerveny. This is over in Pre-Moss. This is over on towards the other side of Erangel,
Mm-hmm.
on towards the south. And yep, I can see that a few of the players is starting to spray on towards one another, but only one of the player is apparently right in front, which is from Rolex. You can see that three of the ladies is over onto the other side, heavily um putting their focus on towards the Mongolia team, while there is one Rolex lady is right outside or the opposite side, maybe trying to give a better watch out and being an eagle eye for the Mongolia to push.
Yes, and so far, I guess they're just gonna focus on gearing themselves up before facing off against each other, and most likely there will be someone else who'll be able to look out for the opposing team so that they'll be able to cut them down before even trying to flee or even get someone from the other side so that they'll be hindered from doing their own rotations and minding their own business. But this time, I guess it's just the same thing that we are seeing. But by the kill feed here,
Ooh.
it's going to be one line from uh lazy will be able to be executed. And I mean they're already running low in terms of health, and I guess they're really battling each other head on. And oh, okay, they don't really want her to survive any longer. Rai is already struggling for her life here.
Yep, we can see a trade-off going on, one down each, and then Rolex is going to do a push, not going to revive first. They're trying to take even more. Another one goes down. Oh wait, you know what? One has confirmed back, gone back into the lobby for Team Rolex. So they are down with one person, and they need to do a revival for one of the members here. If not, they are going to be outnumbered, and it will be an easy way for Mongolia to push in. Now, this is what I say about aggressiveness from Group A. Rolex is actually from Group B. We saw them yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
but now look into Mongolia. They have not yet any casualties yet. All the four of them are back up. So on the losing end right now is actually Rolex, unless they can do something, a miracle, that they are able to clutch the four of them. But it seems like I think Team Mongolia is ready to do a flank.
Yes, and let's see if that will be the same case here because they're really just finishing each other off. And earlier on, we were looking forward to Rolex to actually do more advances during the later stage, but I guess they've been able to be cut down here by the members from Mongolia, considering that they're really good in terms of their gun power. And as well as the fact that, look at this, they're really pushing them in because they know that the advantage is on their side, but by the kill feed, it's going to be Heyo Lazy being immediately executed. And by the sidelines, we also have an off kill onto Victoria, and so far it's just being continuously being executed. Just three more people needing the health.
And yep,
Winter, it's all up to you.
it's already back to the lobby for Team Rolex from Vietnam. So they managed to bring the entire Vietnam Rolex back to the lobby in such an early battle. And
Wow.
keep that in mind, Rolex is actually a very one of the aggressive teams from from Group B. So they met with someone aggressive as the same kind of gameplay with them from Group A, and they went back to the lobby. So this is gonna be tricky, but we're seeing in the kill feed here there is something happening with Mugen, Skylar, and AKA. Two teams battling it out with one Philippines team, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not exactly sure as to where this skirmish is happening. Let me just locate that quickly. Probably is the areas of Getka, where AKA and yeah. Oh no, wait. You know what? It is Mugen, Skylar, and another team over in the areas of Gekka.
And at least now they've been able to revive each other here for the side of IHC goddess rather. And so far they really did good executions from Rolex. I mean, that's the first team already out of this first match of ours. And so far we're seeing just low-key occurrences here from WC Victoria. They're just chilling here by the mountains, really having advantage in terms of the high ground. And look at this, it's really great in terms of our map that many of the teams are already at the circle. They don't really want to have the risk of being gatekeep and even rotating late on the blue zone, and would give them the disadvantage of not entirely having a good position, and of course leading to their team's demise. And so far I guess they're just really focusing onto their they're just focusing on collecting their utilities and their guns, and as well as the fact that if ever they'll be meeting someone, they would always have to commit into the fight because running wouldn't do actually anything to them except they would have the chance to do so.
Yep, definitely. They have to re-strategize on how they're going to do the rotation, and it seems like the circle will be heavily concentrated into the areas of Mountain of Getka and a portion of Pochinki. So basically, it's a regular general circle that we usually see in official tournaments. So the ladies, either they are going to do a gatekeep, or they would just stay in the center and they would try to spray one another. And we're looking react into Farang Lassie. Honestly, yesterday they had a slow start, but after the
Mm-hmm.
second match, they catch up quite feistily with good elimination points. This is a team that I happen to know that their strength is not about chicken dinners. Their strength is actually elimination. It goes in the name of Farang, and Farang is actually a team from Malaysia. And a few of these teams here are known in such a way where elimination is priority as compared to them winning circles or even a chicken dinner.
Yes, actually. And yesterday we actually saw Farang Lassie just Loki being able
Mhm.
to stand their ground and be enough to be part of the leaderboards. But by the kill field, there's already a couple of eliminations happening here. And once again, it is in between the side of IHC Goddess. But so far, they've been really, really being welcomed by gunshots here from the other opposing teams.
Yep, Mongolia naturally they are aggressive in their gameplay in the PUBG world when it comes to the men's and the ladies team. I think this is something similar that we are seeing
Mm.
in them. Once upon a time, I think we had a champion or close to a champion over in the PUBG PMGC with a team that is from Nepal and Mongolia together. So I'm not sure exactly what is the team name. I totally forgot about that. But this is their gameplay for Mongolia. They will keep pushing once they get it. But you know what? Kill feed. Hey, hey, we are saying hello, good morning. This is TGPPG trying to show off that I'm still
Wow.
around. I'm still gonna try and get elimination points.
Yep, I guess so far TGPPG just really don't meet any people similar to the trends of what IHC Goddess is really facing up against, but at least they've been able to do the job, the get the job done, and as much as possible later on, I'm pretty sure that they'll be establishing their prowess. But so far, it's just the circle wherein they're just scouring for within the perimeter and looking out for any people still out of the blue zone and try to gatekeep them, specifically their team, and they're just going with their vehicles, and if ever they'll be meeting someone, I was pretty sure it's going to be a fight.
Right, you're right there, Mochi. And we can see a little bit of the unorthodox rotation going for TGPPG. So we all know the circle heavily concentrated on a big portion of Getka, but we are seeing Myra here joining with her teammate right behind. So they're doing a two split, probably. Okay, wait. I thought they were about to do an unorthodox rotation, but nope, they're gonna go back. Probably is because the circle has already heavily concentrated onto the mainland of Erangel, no longer going on towards the top portion of Erangel or even Sovnoska. It's really going towards Getka. So hence, a few of these ladies, they are going to rotate right smack in or even do a gatekeep in the perimeters as compared to some of these teams who are already safely inside the current circle.
Yes, and so far it will be the same thing. I mean, they're just prioritizing their locations here, but as much as possible, I guess they will be seeing other teams will be out of the blue zone because they really don't want to once again risk being gatekeeped and stuff. And this time, look at this, they're already in the circle, and so far it'll be having a really good idea of where the other teams are. And so far, you're just passing through them, but they really want to go inside in the middle within the center of the circle so that they will be able to have the advantage of securing their own spot till later on.
Hmm. And it seems like the airdrop favors in the areas of Pochinki. I did see an airdrop going down. So probably in the third phase, it will be around the areas of Pochinki, like what we are seeing in the circle right now. And yep, it has dropped right beside the church. So I think there will be people who will try to invade and get a hunch on towards the areas of church, because this is actually a good place for us to see more information
Mm.
of the rotation of other teams that possibly could come by. But also it's vulnerable because when teams decides to crash, and this hill itself, there's a lot of little hill areas, hilly areas that they can try to take down one another. And you know what, the circle, it is going towards Gekka.
Yeah, and even if they decided to seek some cover by the chapel, it would be really risky still because the windows are so big that they can just easily put through grenades there. But this time, UNFX is just still just chilling, but they're quite near to one of the teams. And well, actually, no, the place is just for themselves, but they are seeing some people from what
Mm.
they call this YGY, and I guess yep, that's an execution by the kill feed.
Mm-hmm. And this is a team from Group A. They are called Amethyst team from Indonesia. So it's an Indonesia and
Mm.
Indonesia team. They are looking right to one another. But I did see in the kill feed, I think TGPPG make a rotation and they managed to see one casualty in hand, which is YGY team, and they managed to get one knock earlier. I'm not sure if they managed to get the elimination point, but it seems like they did. They got two already in hand so far for TGPPG. In the leads right now is actually Team Mongolia with 4 elimination points, and currently at number 2 is TGPPG with 2.
Yes, and this time around, TGPPG might be facing off against one of the teams here, which is number 10, and that is respectively Mugen Skylar. And I guess Mugen Skylar already has a really good idea that they might be facing off against each other here, and I guess that's already the free fires here. And I mean, they are aware that Granette might be at this area, and it's up to them actually if they'll be pushing through or they'll be disengaging, but I doubt that TGPPG will let them go.
Uh-huh. And an introduction of this is a team from Singapore, and their gameplay is
Yep.
aggressive also. They do a little bit of passive aggressive. They will go a little bit on passive when it's the right time, and they will go aggressive when they know exactly when to do it. And the star players that I kind of know because I came from the same country is actually Grenette. She has very good,
Mm.
precise. Why her name is Grenette? Because she's good in her grenades. I don't know why, but I'm not
Oh.
sure if that is the inspiration of her name. But she usually will play with mix, so meaning like she will be the only lady in a men's squad, and she usually will land the grenade nicely to give a knockout. That's what I kind of know a few years ago. I'm not sure if is this is the going to be the same kind of game style that she has still right now. We are going to see that shortly. But now looking into high team, this is a team from Vietnam.
Well, definitely we can say that Granette is like the star player of their team, and of course the woman who really grinds and hustles. But yeah, this time, yep, high team. I mean, they're just by the side. It is good that they're by the sidelines, but they have a lot of teams that they need to come pass through if ever they decided to rotate this time. Because I don't know, regardless of where they would pass through, yep, they'll be needing some people, and we are pretty certain that even if they got into the circle, it is pretty a barren land. It is out in the open, so I guess that there is a risk of them being found out here by the three teams in the circle.
But looking into the circle is super small, and it's in the in an open land, no man's land. There's minimal compounds, so basically they've got to do a lot of these skirmishes in the open. And right now, I think High here have already spotted Essa. I can hear sprays going on, and this is coming
Ooh.
from the team that has spotted them over on the vantage point. This is GL, team number 2 from Philippines, Asteria.
That is the problem here. Like, even if they decide to rotate, there would be a lot of people who be involved in this party. And look at this, there's already a lot of casualties happening here. Haru's already down. They have no choice but to let Haru go, unless they still have the time to do so and go for a revive. But they'll be hopping onto their vehicles here right now. And by the kill feed, Haru has been entirely eliminated on the side of High Team. And so far, there would be a lot more teams who wanted to join. They're already invited, and this might be a high fight for themselves. Vivi me, oh no, what are you gonna do here?
Oh dear, I don't think a chance of revival is actually sufficient here. She's left alone and she will be taken down truly. Asha managed to get Dora along the way again. This is because of the Great Migration. They have to do a rotation and being seen by one another. Sprays are happening this time. Oh, explosion. Nope, not yet. But I don't think Halsey will be able to survive. And this is coming from team number 6. This is from Indonesia.
Look at this with GRV. Okay, that's too much noise. There's too much bloodbath that's happening there. Then we have to go for a relocation. Let's get out of there. And while the kill feed is just seeing some members here from TGPPG and some other teams who are facing off against each other, specifically GL2. Uh, well, oh my, it's already a lot of eliminated teams here. There's already three people down, and that is an additional. And Nico has been taken down here. Just two more people left, and they have to be revived. And FRG is just by the side, and it's really pushing them in. And there's going to be a big risk for TGPPG.
I like the fact that Farang Lassie is actually using the drainage system for this battle, because honestly, a lot of PUBG tournaments, when you get drainage system, especially when the circle closes into this part of the land, it gives the advantage. And right now, look into the sprays. That's
Oh,
super painful by Lin. Just a little bit of the sprays is not even a full round, and she managed to get the damage done. And it's an equal trade in to tank up the damage. But that's the reason why I'm saying that this drainage system is really good. You see, we can do a TPP, you can get information, at the same time you can dodge any bullets or anybody who wants to come in to crash. It will no be There will be a hard chance for them to do so. So it's a really good occupants for them to use this drainage system and get elimination points.
yes, I actually like their positioning as well, but the risk here is if ever that both of the teams from both sides would be able to push them through. And we're having a third party here. I don't know if this third or fourth or fifth. I don't know. There's a lot of teams who are really scarring themselves through, but this is a really good positioning. They're really in the circle, and they might face against one team or at the bottom part. And yep, that is going to be a risk. But this time around, we're seeing a membership from UNFX really looking and gunning out for members here from Team 6, which is Gravium Ravens.
Yep, and you know what? Teams that is currently outside of the perimeters, they have to do quick eliminations, because currently the ones in the circle is only Farang Lassie and Mugen Skylar, who is currently in the circle, so they don't have to push. People will come into them, they will do a gatekeep. Kill feeds is still going on here, and these are coming from teams that is outside trying to get into the circle. And the invaders, oh, a crash is happening. CQC, oh, not enough time to move, and will get eliminated straight away.
Wow, GRV is already down to one more person here, and that's going to be Shibal GJ. And hopefully she would be able to survive this and actually make some bit of compensation or a revenge art for their team. But by the kill feed, there's already multiple casualties here with equal blows of TGPPG and, of course, Farang Lassie. But this time, it seems like someone else wants to join the fight, and they'll be facing off against each other. Even all of them are on their vehicles.
Oh dear, this is right in front of one another. The sprays going on here, trying to take down WC. One more person to go, not enough time. Clutch already back to the lobby. Now next is going to be GL, and this is not looking good for Amethyst team. They are seriously in the open. They've got to get their vehicles somewhere else. I'm not sure if there's enough time for revival. It's going to be very risky, but Joey will still prioritize to pick up. Oh, already again being spotted. A bit more of the HP. It's super risky, but she is really a team player. She wants to do the revival, and you know what? The teammate is saying, you have to go. It's really risky, even though they have the circle, but Farang Linya will try to take down as many elimination points as they can, even though they only have one right now.
Yeah, and so far there are multiple members from TGPPG being falling here. And look at this, FRD or the side of Farang Lassie is already finally trying to cope in and jump into the fight. And there are already multiple casualties here. Ayushi Goddess are at the same lane by TGPPG. And so far, like what you said, the drainage strategy that they are doing is doing wonders for their team.
Yep, definitely. It's a good one, and I'm sure they can get more than one elimination point. So far, currently, the numbers is only 3. TGPPG is still in the equation. They are still alive. They still want to fight it out. Still getting a few grenades in, nicely cooked, and they are right neck on neck with Farang Lassie. They want to take over the drainage system, and they have already built themselves that wall of smoke so that they can quickly sneak in. Over on the other side, we've got Mugen Skylar, who have yet to participate. Again, this is where they go passive aggressive. They are taking advantage because they have the circle. They don't see a need to push, so they're gonna do it slowly.
But this is going to be pretty difficult for Gravium Ravens and as well as TGPPG, considering that they already have one more woman standing for both of their teams. But look at this, Gia has been able to go for Cherry, and so far Sushi is just looking out for any more people who can land her bullets on. But she's been spotted by some of the players here from Parang Lassie. I guess that's immediately a pinpoint in terms of location, and now she has been marked by players here from Parang Lassie.
Oh dear, and you know what, Mochii? The circle is not in the favors of the ladies that is in the drainage system, or even Mugen Skylar. They've got a squeeze in. The circle has already heavily concentrated towards the north side of the current circle, and it's being the first team that is inside the circle we can see is Team GL. So basically they just gotta wait for all these other teams to come in while they do the elimination. 7 teams alive. We've got 22 players remaining, and they are going to start a fight right now.
Yeah, and actually, YGY is on the circle already, so that will be a really good area for them, or of course, an advantage point. But this time around, I guess we have to look out for all the factions that might happen here because parang Lassie really wanna rotate, and there's a lot of engagements here that's going to be against ZL. Look at that, a lot of
Oh,
bullets hitting one of these members, and so far there are already a
oh,
couple of casualties, and before we even know it, that's already parang Lassie really falling apart. Is up to Nira if ever she'll be able to clutch this out and finally revive Lin, which is currently being down.
oh. And this is where it's not going to look good at all. But okay, they're going to do a little bit of the reset. They got themselves a portion of the circle. Still a lot of players inside 16. And it seems like the ones that is controlling or being the kingmakers, we can see is Team GL. They're from Philippines. And they are the first persons who are in the circle. They have yet to open up. But they managed to get a few elimination points while seeing the rotation of all these other teams who are coming in slowly. And we can see over on the right hand side, ESA has already got a portion of the perimeter of the circle. TGPPG is still alive, only with one team player left. Even though that, they still can do a lot of survival points and get a few kill steals along the way. As of now, a few teams are actually doing a little bit of the reset. I can hear sprays, but no one is getting it registered to any of players.
Yes, and TGPPG Miko is on a really rough position here because she has a risk of being sandwiched in once she has been spotted out. But the best thing that she can do here is to wait for them to actually engage with one another and try to pitch in or snatch a bit of kill points. But look at this, White's already free firing and has been normally not to our knowledge that there are some people at that area, and that is going to be GS or ESA Angels rather. And so far, there's already the shots connecting here, and oh no, it's going to be pretty crucial for ESA Angels because they're currently at the boundary, and so is the fact that they're out in the open, they have nowhere to go.
Yep, but they have a little bit of the bunker. It will give them some breather space for them to do a little bit of the reset. So no problem. They still can do a bit of the revival. The only thing at stake right now is how in the world are they gonna sneak in? And the only thing they can do is just to prone in. They don't have a vehicle for them to come in nicely, and they have to eliminate the first enemies that is right in front of them, which is GL. And while we are seeing that happening, Far just got no Miko from TGPPG has been eliminated. So we are leaving with 4 teams. Same to Mugen Skylar, who's no longer in the game. Now we're looking into only GL from Philippines and YGY, Farang Lassie, and also, if I'm not mistaken, it's ESA.
Oh, but ESA is currently suffering right now. Cherry is already out of the equation, as well as the fact that Isha has already been pulled down. But so far, we have no more people remaining here. It's just 3 more teams. And once again, that is going to be Farang Lassie and well as GL from the Philippines. And one more team who is down to 2 more members.
Oh, that's really showing a great disciplinary fight. But looking into Team GL, which is Asteria from Philippines, with 9 elimination points, what great control. They definitely can show that they can do something today. And they have a little bit of this time to do a little bit of that reset. They can open up, they can do a little bit of the spreading while trying to locate for all the other players that is currently in the circle.
And so far, they're just actually waiting it all out. As far as they can stretch this out, then actually that would be better. But so far, there's a lot of coverage here for the side of GL, and that is what they would want. But at the same time, it just gives an idea of where their team might be. But having one separated is actually a good strategy because that just means that if ever that someone's trying to scout down, then the other can go for the scouting and in turn pin down whoever is trying to put their team out. But why? Just gotta be chilling by the bushes. I mean, the rest of the teams are doing so, but oh, already been spotted out.
Oh, but all
Oh,
that
she's
noise is
down.
giving that information away. And team number 2, without wasting time, they immediately try to do a spray and getting one out of the equation. Now leaving with Ja, she has to think about her shot. So if she does decide to spray down, it will give information towards Farang Lassie. It will give information towards Team Y, towards Asteria, sorry, Asteria from Philippines. So she has to be careful with the choices that is made. In fact, right now, if she wants to do a revival, there you go. You are giving the clue out. You gotta stay away from your teammate because it's not gonna look good for Gia at all. She needs to do survival, but why here? Oh, she kind of gave that clue
Oh.
away.
Yeah, and definitely she's already been down there, and both of them are really running low on health. And if ever they try to heal, then that's gonna be a problem, similar to what happened to Why at that situation. But this time, Parang Lassie just chilling by the corner here with all the smokes and utilities they can throw out in order to put out more cover. But at the same time, Mystery is really trying to go for the free fire here. They don't want Parang Lassie to advance further on, but still, I don't think that is prohibited to happen because Fire and Lassie is really good on what their coverage is doing right now.
Ah, there you go. Being spotted from the distance here. They can do a little bit of the jump shots this time, at least one of the teammates, because we can see the numbers advantage. And I think another great thing we do is that someone can sit on the buggy, but the shots are too fast for Farang Lassie. Now Nira is on their hand. We are seeing a 1v1. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but who won the chicken dinner? Is it Farang Lassie? No, it is from GL, from Asteria, winning this first winner chicken dinner.
Oh my, okay. That has been a really tough fight for the last few stages of the match. And so far, we are really vouching. I'm not gonna lie, I for one is really looking forward for Farang Lassie being able to nuke it out because they've been able to pin down really great locations for themselves and they really take a lot of coverage like what we have mentioned from earlier. But it seems like it's all boils down to the gunfights and the third parties considering that they're forming a trilogy at the last moments of this match, and that has been a really great play from the side of Asteria and for the remaining two more teams. And yeah, I'm looking forward for any more changes for the next few rounds because not gonna lie, the rest of them really put out a great fight.
Yep, and this is our overall results with the first in hand with a lot of kills we can see from Asteria, and then second is Farang Lassie with 3 elimination points. Team 3, number 3 is actually YGY from Indonesia with 7, ESA with 6, GL with 3, TGPPG still doing domination here with 8. Number 7 is Mugen Skylar with 1, IHC with 8 elimination points, and then we've got team number what is it? I'm not sure which team is this. This is team UN at number 9 with 3, GRV at number 10 with 0, WC with 2, team High with 0 elimination points, team 3 with Demigod, number 13 0, Goddess number 14 0, and number 15 is Rolex with 0 also.
Oh, the team with UN is actually the Amethyst team. So, yeah, they are the team number 9? Question mark? Yeah, well, the number eight. Okay, but yeah, so far there's been a really fast match, no? Or is it just me? I think there's a lot of occurrences. There's a lot of occurrences that happened at the just for early stages of the map, and I don't know. Maybe 5 minutes in or 6 minutes in, there's already one team eliminated. So I guess that is quite a fast match, and they really put up a great fight through the last few stages, which is of course the top 3 that we had. And I'm really hoping that the other teams will be able to catch up because I know that there is some disparities in terms of their locations. There is some problems, and of course they're being ambushed too. So there is a lot of factors that they have to consider here. But this time around, what are your thoughts here, SisJenny?
I really think that we can see that they're using a good skills of advantage when it comes to the terrains of the map itself. Today, as compared to yesterday's Erangel, it was much more trickier. We did see the circle shifting between two portion of the land, and then we had a bit of the waters. But today, it's really a by the book game where people should know on how to rotate and where to be in, and we can see the abilities. A lot of teams are doing a little of aggressive push, and even if so they are being under attack, we can see the teams that giving out good fights and they still can survive till the very end.
Yes, and it has been there is a good fair share of their locations. Like there is some good coverage, and of course the fact that you really have to think through where you should really go next ahead of time because if not, then you end up being cornered, or else you don't know, or you won't have anywhere to go. You don't know how to rotate because you'll make yourselves vulnerable and stuff. But yeah. And I guess that will be the end of our first match, and we'll be heading on to the second map of Miramar later on, and we'll be chilling and calling off a break. Once again, I'm Mochii and I'm SisJenny, and we'll be back just in a bit.
need you and your heart next to mine. Yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. It's a new adventure. I will surrender. On a new adventure. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you
Hello, everybody, and good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. This is FSL PUBG Mobile Open, and of course, the ladies are battling it out. I am SisJenny. Together with me is Mochii.
Hi guys, and we have witnessed such a great play earlier on, and so far we have seen really great prowess from the side of Asteria. And as far as I may recall, like a senior caster of mine tried to educate me with all the teams' backgrounds from the Philippines, and she said and mentioned to me, it's shout out to you, Mama Ray Ray, by the way, and she said that
Ah.
Asteria has been really consistent in bagging all the tournaments here in the Philippines so far, and the team is really consistent in terms of their aggression and yeah, I mean they may not stand out at some point, but they are sure that by this the last few moments they would be able to outshine their opponents. But yeah, let's see if they will be consistent in doing so, and it's up to them if ever they will be able to show that here in the international grounds.
Definitely, and I would second that totally. And as plus, after this, we are going to fly into Miramar. We're going to see if Philippines going to stand up to what they claim to be, which is king of Miramar. I think it kind of already shown a little bit of that progress when I'm ref- relating it back to Sea Games, because if you guys are watching Sea Games together, today is the final day for the PUBG Mobile category, and the teams from Philippines really can play very well in Miramar.
Yeah, I remember like the first day of Sea Games or the second day of Sea Games, they're like falling back, but I'm surprised, fairly surprised that the day
Yeah.
three they've been able to come back and even won two maps. And yeah, let's see if that will be the same dynamic that we'll be seeing today. And of course, it has been followed by YGY2 from Indonesia right now. And so far, I've seen that yesterday they tried to clutch it out and be at the top eight of the leaderboards for Group B. And so far, right now, they're on the top two. So for the first match, and hopefully this would be the same thing for the current map right now, which is Miramar. Since once again, it all matters in terms of luck and skill.
Yeah, but you know what? Let's take a look into the leaderboards right now and see who is the current top three. There you go. We've got
Sheesh.
Asteria from Philippines with 28 bragging rights as a total point. YGY from Indonesia with 17, and Farang Lassi from Malaysia with 15 at number 3.
Yes, and we also have the upcoming teams of ESA Angel, CGPPG, IHC Goddess, Mata Ladies, Amethyst Team, Mugen Scholar, and last but not least, WC Victoria. I mean, these teams are the top four and so on. They don't have to fret because all they have to do, there's still a lot more chances remaining, which is, of course, two maps of Miramar, Sanhok, and another map of Erangel. So they have a lot more room to experiment and learn more about their opponents and strategize on what they can do. Since once again, we're really big in second chances here.
Yep, definitely. They want to show off their skill sets, and we have a lot of maps to go. And plus, usually the first map is current. Usually, it's like a warm up for them, and after that, they will show their true blue skills. Especially when we did see yesterday Sanhok how the rotation happened. Plus TGPPG remembered what happened to them. They had three back to back chicken dinners, trying to tell
Yeah.
who's the boss. They are able to read the circle, but today probably with the extra challenge coming from Group A, and like I said, they're a little bit more aggressive and challenging. We did see a composition, although just now over in Erangel, the top three teams at the last few circles came from Group B. So probably we can see a different kind of composition later on in Miramar.
Yes, and let's see that will be the same thing prevalent, or yeah, there will be some changes like what SisJenny said. But yes, and we can actually mention that Farang Lassi is really I don't know, they're not average. I mean, they really execute well. And all they are doing to themselves is that, you know what, okay, let's just keep these boundaries of belonging to this. As long as we're at the upper level or at the upper segment of the leaderboards, it should be fine. And maybe they will just do their best by the third or for fourth or fifth, really conserving that energy. And so it's the fact of the learning curve from the most of the teams. But once again, I would like to thank our sponsor and our partners so that this FSL PUBG Mobile Open will be possible. Intel and Yahoo, thank you so much. And of course, the opportunity of casting here in this tournament for us with SisJenny.
Yeah, it's really nice to get a co-caster alongside with me, Mochii from Philippines. So it's definitely a new fresh air for me to, work together with someone who lives across. I'm totally not even close to Mochii. We are connected by the power
Yeah.
of internet.
Definitely.
Mhm.
Really breaking boundaries now due to today's technology. But yeah, I guess we'll be diving right into our match just in a bit. And of course, it would be in the land of the one and only Miramar.
Yeah, the sandy dunes and the desert of Miramar. And right now, we are seeing the flight route cuts in the center like a piece of cake, although it looks a little bit slanted. It doesn't matter. Starts from Torre Ahumada, ends in Minas de Ser and Prison.
Hmm. And actually, Actually, this is a good what do you call this? This is a good flight path, but except for the fact that maybe at the prison because gatekeeping wise, it's gonna be really deadly. But what if we jinxed it and the circle would be there?
Ooh.
Hopefully not. I'm sorry
Yeah,
again.
hopefully. Nah, it's okay. We can give that casters because we've got the power. So ladies, be nice to us. Just kidding. But anyways, it does happen. That caster curse. I've seen it happening many times in official tournaments,
Yeah,
all the way to PUBG. PMGC, the global stage. Sometimes when the caster says something, I don't know why
it
it happens to be
happens.
like that. Yeah, especially when we are saying good things about the team, and right after within that second they go back to the lobby. I'm like, come on Tencent, be nice to us. But anyways, that is a nice looking parachute coming from team number one. I don't know where she got that, but it's so cute. And those of you who
True.
are tuning in, remember to go into your PUBG mobile application and redeem whatever things that is there for you guys, because as of now, like I said, like we said earlier, SEA Games is ongoing and there are cool things to be won in PUBG Mobile right now. So redeem while you can, and you can get cool parachutes like this from Tencent itself.
Yes, sir. Just go for the looting like that. Like right now, while they're still looting and stuff, go for the redeeming station in your PUBG mobile app and just maybe play one game because this is going to be a long way for us to go. But okay, there's a really interesting what they call this really interesting land here for the side of WC Victoria alongside with another team, and they might actually be witnessing one another later on
Mm.
shortly. Yeah, it's actually with Rolex girls, and both of them are pretty aggressive. So let's see about that.
Yep, definitely Rolex Girls wants to do a comeback because they got a little too soon earlier in Primos, and right now over in the land of the areas of Picado. This place is very, very popular, heavy populated with teams that loves aggressive gameplay. This is usually they will pick their first drop spot, and sure enough, first shots are coming in from Rolex Girls. Throwing into Victoria, but it's not going to make them shake at all. They're going to recompose, and they want to take a portion of Picado Edge because Picado is one of the places I would say that has good loots for you guys to start. But then again,
Hmm.
because of the good loots, notify for a lot of these teams who knows PUBG Mobile, it is up for grabs, and definitely teams who wants to go with the fast looting stage, they want to have a piece of this land, but they have to go through the challenge, and right now the challenge is within Vietnam and Philippines.
Yeah, and earlier on we just saw that WC Victoria has actually received a lot of shots here from Rolex girls, so they really had to keep an eye out of that. But there, it is really great that they decided to, you know what? Yep, we received the shots, but let's try to disengage. But that just as I was saying it, Athena has already put down here by Moy Lazy, and so far they're currently struggling because they're being seen here by the windows as all the free fires are putting out there, and they've been receiving the blows here from the side of Rolex girls.
They definitely try to listen and do
Ooh.
a little bit of TPP, but over in the kill feed, we can see something happening over on towards near the areas of where Esa is. I'm not exactly sure to where this contention is happening. Okay, it is over in Los Leones, being spotted at the Aegis here. Not looking good for Goddess. This is a team from Myanmar, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, having a contention with Team Malaysia. So M and M have spotted each other outside outskirts of Los Leones. Not looking good for Goddess at all. They have if they want to do by foot right now, which is what exactly they are doing, it's pretty risky because they don't have enough utilities. As you can see, a few of them without helmet or vest that is pretty damaged. So they've got to run. And I'm not sure. I don't think Esa would go for that chase because again, this is very early in the stage of looting. But if Goddess is going to go by foot, the next place for them to loot is actually pretty far from them. So they got to find themselves a vehicle ASAP.
Yes, I agree. And you can see by the minimap that Love is just on the lookout. Like, where are they? Okay, you know what? Okay, it seems like
Mm-hmm.
they're running away. Just let them be. And so far, it's going to be pretty difficult for Cottis as well because they're out, one player out, rather. So there's just three of them. Two of them are running low. So you really have to play it safe as much as possible.
Yep, they got to do a little bit of passive. Like I said, you can see in the map right now, it's a place for them to loot. It's not as near as Los Leones. I don't
Hmm.
know how they're gonna do with the maneuver around Miramar without a vehicle. I can see a little bit of the rendering here from Asteria. They are going to loot in the areas of, I would say, the outskirts of the areas near, I'm not sure where is this. It's probably near Los Leones, but they are going to go for that warehouse, and they've got themselves already a co-op, so no problem with that. Ooh, and they are gonna go into the cave. So wait, I was wrong. This is not the areas of Los Leones. This is towards the south part of Los Leones where there is a cave. So basically, this place is really hard to find, especially when um you try to locate exactly where it is, unless you can remember it very well. But unfortunately for Hera here, she might just have a visitor right now, which is Lynn, currently in the same cave. Or maybe she's on the hills. I'm not exactly sure where.
Yeah, might be at the upper part, but we're
Mm-hmm.
not quite sure. We're not certain as of yet. But if ever they'll
Mm-hmm.
be seeing, oh, she might also be in the cave. Yeah, she's also in
She's in
the
the
cave.
cave. Oh dear.
Oh,
Okay, but you know what? Lin is coming out, so I don't know whether they actually hurt one another. I don't think it seems like she didn't hurt, and plus Hera is still looting, so no problem with that. Lin is gonna go over on the hillside and proceed with the current Farang Lassie. But what? Wait a minute. I'm not sure what Miwa is doing. Maybe they have spotted each other. I'm not really sure because again, these are experienced ladies. They are, I would say, and a semi-pro player. Some of them probably pro players already. But you know what? Right now, the battle has begun over in Picado. This is coming
ooh.
towards Rolex, bringing down the entire squad of WC. I think that's the end of WC.
Okay, but I mean, maybe there's one more remaining. Yep,
Oh,
there is
one
one
more.
more surviving player. But okay, this as you're seeing it, Luna is already struggling here against the rest of the squad of Rolex girls, and
Ah.
immediately they will be erased. And okay, Rolex girls already got placement here. They've been able to put a team down. Of course, that would be a sort of a boost for their team, and they would be able to carry that on to the whole duration of the match.
That aggro coming from Team Rolex representing Vietnam, of course, the host of the current SEA Games this year. They definitely have that aggression. But right now, I think Goddess is still in trouble, doing a little bit of the sprays. They are not good with their utilities at all. They were the ones who ran away from Los Leones earlier on. So I don't think it is a good call if they want to do a spray and call out towards teams towards them, because I don't think it's enough. Like I said, utilities, they don't even have any more first aids. But it seems like they have called out Team High from
Ooh.
Vietnam, and they are going to stop for a battle.
Yeah, they're gonna strap for a battle indeed so far. It seems like there will be some damage being taken between the two teams, but yep. I think they just, I don't know. So far, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to get out of here, considering that they're pretty close to Team 7 and they might actually be eyeing Goddess right now. So, if ever that they'll try to go out, there might be on the chase, considering they have all the vehicles they need, and it will be definitely a really bad clash for them because they don't have all the stuff that they need in order to engage with them.
Yep. They are probably trying to gather information on what they're going to do, but we can see team number 7, they have opened up. We can see in the map here, they're trying to locate because they know that it's a team pretty much stuck in the compound, and the best part is they are not in the circle. So if Vietnam wants to stay, they can get elimination points, and this is not looking good for Goddess at all, because Myanmar is still on the upper hand, having a vehicle in not Myanmar, but a Vietnam, team number 7 from Vietnam. They have the upper hand because they still have vehicles, and probably looting wise, they have more necessities as compared to Team Vietnam Goddess, who is currently stuck. But it seems like they are gonna do a gatekeep, and it's not looking good for Goddess at all.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult. It's just definitely on to queue Bapi Ni. Let's see if she'll actually do something against these teams from the Goddess. And that's going to be pretty difficult because they're being courted into the center, and everyone might actually come from all parts of the area. And yeah.
Yep, because Circle is going towards the north
Ooh.
side in the areas of Tori Ahumada. Kill feed is going on over on teams that is trying to rotate in. They have spotted one another. Now looking into team number 1, Amethyst from Indonesia. They are in the circle safely over in Cruz de Vel together with Mugen Skylar. They are not neighbors yet, but probably they have seen each other around the proximity. And true enough, Team Goddess without vehicle, they have to be sacrificed in the blue together with Farang Mira. I'm not exactly sure why she got knocked, but I think it's sufficient time for
Ooh.
to get a little bit of that revival. And true enough, being sacrificed, the entire team being eaten by the blue. That's such a waste.
Such a waste, considering they don't have all the resources they need in order to start off a fight. And Rollskers don't even have to do anything. I mean, yes, they got a few executions for themselves, but not entirely enough to actually wipe out the whole team. It's all because of the play zone. And right now they're just delayed just in a bit, but they'll be entering most likely just bit after patching themselves up or after losing. I don't know whenever they'll be comfortable in doing so. But
Mhm.
yeah, the rest of the team, little do we know, we're already down to 13 teams. What team has been eliminated though?
A few teams probably got eliminated by the scrimmage that we've seen so far, and plus, I'm not sure if we had a full lobby. Not really sure about that, but probably Rolex, they already have the advantage of the vehicle, so they're just going to do a
Oh,
little bit of the lootings here and a little bit of an accident. This is pretty normal in Miramar because
okay.
terrains are simply hard to pretty have a good smooth drive in. The terrains are looking very scary, but honestly, the circle right now is looking better than if it were to be in the south side. It would be harder to drive in. It's looking towards more on the hilly slopes.
Mm-hmm.
And yep, outside of the play zone, a lot of teams are having sacrifices. I'm not sure why. It's pretty early in the circle, but they are not looking like as though they have
Ooh.
enough loots right now.
But look at this. That's going to be really difficult for them. That's going to be our teams here from Rolex, ESA, and as well as one more team by the right hand of the bottom part of the mountain. That's going to be pretty difficult because they might be seeing out each other once they enter the perimeter of the circle or the safe zone. But I guess we already had two eliminations in that, respectively. WC Victoria from the Philippines and as well as the Goddesses from Myanmar. So now they're down to 13 teams, and so far GRV is in a really good position here. They're just really looting themselves up, and they're also in the within the perimeter of the circle as well. So that's going to be a good thing for them. But ooh, okay, by the sidelines, already one was eliminated, and they're adding up.
Alright, so for teams who are back in the lobby, it's already WC and Goddess. Only two teams, so probably I think one of the teams did not make it to the lobby, maybe because they only have 13 teams right now. Only two teams got eliminated, so probably, yep, one of the teams did not make it to the lobby.
Mm-hmm.
But it's okay. We're moving on towards the current circle, and all of the teams have safely made into the circle right now, and they're going to find themselves a safe spot to be. And you look into team number two, they are trying to invade into the vantage points. Being a watch out or trying to scout into the rotations of all these other teams that is trying to come into the circle over on the north side.
Yeah, and look at this. There are five teams at the bottom part, and so far, once we falling behind from the side of TR, TGPPG. So yeah, they might be gatekept, but let's see if that would actually be enough because that's going to be the engagement here between the side of Radium Ravians and as well as TGPPG. And PPC has a really good idea. I guess they'll be getting out of here just in order to secure a really safe spot for themselves, but let's see if that they would be able to do so or they'll be found out by the later team.
Ooh, this is a great migration indeed because the circles heavily shifted again towards the north while teams tried to make a rotation already towards the north, like as though that's not enough because there's another north coming in, and I think there's going to be a crash here looking into
Ooh.
Farang Lassi. We'll have visitors over from GRV, and this is the team from Indonesia, and sure enough, crashes coming in, sprays are happening, another vehicle's coming down, but Mira Rao will hold her shots, trying to compose a little bit more, doing a little bit of the jiggle. They are not going to engage as of yet because they know they are quite low with their lootings and their ammo, so they're gonna make their way back into the circle first and keep that engagement for later.
But look at this. This might be this might be a potential car chase, but hopefully that will not be the case because so far there's also one more member from GLX who's been able to take someone down, and this is from the side of our members from Mala Ladies, and these they've been able to go for the aggression between Rolex girls, and so far they're just scarring them despite of them having their vehicles, really preventing them from getting away, and they're just really inflicting a lot of damage to these ladies. And look at this, they're really pushing them through, so this is going to be really crucial, but Rolex girls is still fighting it off.
Ooh, really looking not pleasant at all for GL. They are being contested by a few different angles here. Like what Mochii said, these angles is coming from team number one, Amethyst, who has locked their eyes on GL. Similarly to Rolex, who tried to make a rotation but going to go for that crash. But having the vantage point, giving the suppress shot, pressuring the fire over on towards team number one, all the way towards team number 11, and also another team that is currently inside, which is GL. They are being under attack, and none of them are going to have a safe spot because it's going towards the ditches of water treatment. Advantage is being given again to team Amethyst, who have located them from afar, going to do the long distance shots, and now joining in with Farang Lassie, who made that rotation location and will try to find a place to give that pressure fire also.
Yes, and so far there's already a couple of members here from the side of Rose that's already running low on health, and they're being contested once again. But look at this, by the kill feed, there's already one member from TGPPG down from IHC Goddess being able to inflict that loss onto them. And so far, they are trying to get really good coverage here for the side of Rolex Girls, and so far right now they're just holding it out.
Oh dear God. Look at that circle. It's super
What?
heavy shift. A lot of teams is probably like, why is the circle like this? I keep moving. They keep moving. They want to fight. And right now over in the kill feed, eliminations are happening as we speak. It's coming from Farang Lassie. GL is also doing something here. But TGPPG showing their skills. And what is the skills here? They have won the circle. Yet again, they are very close to the circle and they will do the elimination points later. Similarly to the teams right now, we're looking into our teams already in the circle. Now doing suppress fire over towards Mugen Skylar being spotted. And that's the entire team of Mugen Skylar back to the lobby.
Oh my, this brings us down to 11 more teams. But look at that, there's a lot of people who TGPPG Mira has been able to pin down, and they are being hindered. They're being gatekept. They cannot push further unless they will be able to let them go. And look at this, the vehicle is being shot down as well. But I guess she'll be backing out there from that location. And there are the majority of the teams outside the circles. I mean, maybe there's just four more teams in this perimeter, but so far there's the fires being getting in, and yeah, it seems like they're really breaching the boundaries here.
But guys, look into Mira's agility. She's so quick and super fast with her reaction. Looking somebody from afar with that red dot, doing a spray, at the same time doing the proning and standing up. That's super confident and high skills level of such teams. But looking into GL Wings right now, team number 9, although they have the lower portion of the location right now, they are trying to do elimination first so that they get to have an open entrance for them to come into the current circle, because these teams are not in the circle. They know that they have to do elimination. They've got SR to worry about. They've got Rolex who's doing the gatekeep over the vantage points. Again, these teams are not in their circle. They're trying to get all the kill feeds that they can. And on top of that, we still got team number 1 who caught the vantage point. They're doing all the fishing and they are getting a good elimination point while they are over on the vantage.
Yeah, actually, Mata Ladies has been able to eliminate one team earlier, and they've been doing well ever since. But this time around, it seems like they're being hindered by them and all of the teams who are fighting off against each other. But look at this, IC God has been able to go for the free fires, and as well as the fact that by the kill feed, demi goddesses are actually falling apart by one of the members here from the side of Asteria. But so far, focusing on the present, IHC Goddess is trying to fend these members off from the side of ESA Angels. But look at this, despite of all the distances, they're still trying to put up a fight here from the side of HC Goddess, and will be receiving tremendous amount of blows from their side and will be forced to back out, but would had no chance against him. There's not enough time, and there's going to be Winter onto the rescue. Let's see if she'll be successful in doing so.
IHC was trying to do a lot of the sprays over to SI, and SI is responding right back at Cha. Who's spraying at me? I'm coming for you. Cherry has been spotted from IHC doing a little bit of the sprays over, but SI is coming back with a storm. They are not going to be happy about it, but this time they've got the circle to worry about. So either they prioritize the circle right now, or they're going to try to eliminate IHC. Again, these two teams are not in the circle. The circle belongs to GL, and a bit of IHC who is already prioritized the circle. But right now, TGPPT already located Rolex and will try to do a stand down here. Doing a CQC battle, but whoa! Look at that firepower!
Oh no, Miko is actually facing off against a lot of players, but wow, they've been able to fend them off, and in return, that's going to be 6 more teams remaining here onto our battlegrounds. And so far, this is actually forming a trilogy between the 2 more teams, which is IHC Goddess as well as ESA Angels. But IHC Goddess is adjusting themselves to be able to finally secure their location here within the circle by actually being able to face off against Asteria as well. So let's see if they will be actually be able to successfully fend them off once again, considering that the same thing happened earlier on. And so far, there's one team who is just chilling at the upper part of the circle. But look at this, that's already free fires being present here from Sticks, and so far that's going to be a potential smoke really going to be put out. But by the kill feed is already Manok being able to be put down and pinned down by Winter, and that's going to be a potential 4-team party at the current situation.
Holy smackmoly. So look into the current circle right now. There's a whole lot of scrimmage going on to the south side. It's coming from the storm, and right now IHC returning the fire back into ESA. This entire rivalry is not over. The same teams have spotted one another. Asia is round the only lady that is surviving. She has to do all of that in order to get into the circle. Mira is right behind that, but right now we can see vantage points being taken over by a few teams here. In fact, TGPPG is trying to show a great control of what they can have, but IC Winter will try to prioritize towards teams that is currently giving a threat to them, and we can see that lower portion with that a huge scrimmage is happening right now.
Yeah, and it's just a continuous party. Actually, there's a lot of coverage of the smoke, but the rest of the people here would like to get off, but it's going to be pretty difficult because they are being challenged from one team to another. And so far, that's going to be Love being taken down by Mikasa here from the side of as Angels, and it has been really rampant here. The IRC Goddess has been able to pin down all these players, and TGPPG is just lowering their grounds, let them fight, and whoever remains will be able to face them off.
Yeah, not really looking good at all for a few teams right now, but there is a team that is super calm right on the north hand side, and that is really a blessing in disguise. I
Yeah,
think
they're
that's a
just
team
chilling.
from Indonesia. No problem. Hard shift a little bit more, but they can do a bit of the clearing over on the north hand side. They have all the information, and it's all up to these three teams doing a little bit of the sprays here. Ina has spotted TGPPG. Another knock goes down. Ay, not looking good at all for TGPPG.
Oh no, look at this. There's a lot of blows here. I mean, all the throwables are being utilized right now because they don't really want to risk themselves being able to be found out by the other or the counterparts team. And so far, TGPBG only has just a few more people left on their team. This is going to be pretty difficult for them. But look at this. Winter is receiving blows from the side of Asteria. I rather, what is this team? It's Kimi Y and Umineko. They're from Indonesia. And so far, they're just going to patch herself up and wait for other teams to actually go for the encouragement.
Okay, doing a little bit of the reset here. It's not going to be easy to take down the entirety of TGPPG. All those shots are coming in. Only Mira is left. She's running in the open, and with 1 HP left, look at that bravery. Look at the amount of effort trying to do that survival, but looking into all this boldness coming from IHC. They were the ones that was being pressured earlier on, but I'm really looking not looking good. Being spotted again. Vantage point is usually the kingmakers, the queenmakers this point of time.
I see goddesses are really doing well right now. Not gonna lie, like so far they've been able to secure already great locations for themselves, and now is going to be the last battle between them with YGY. And so far there's already one more casualty from their team. I mean, this is still the difference in terms of manpower. There's a 3v4, but so far it's still our members just trying to counter each other out. There's still 3 teams left, so I guess whoever remains will be able to go for the cash out. But oh no. Mineko? Oh no!
Being spotted out. That's really good trigger discipline by Manok, and will take down Umi, and that's not the end. She's doing a little bit of the jiggle, dancing a little bit with her support right now, trying to eliminate 2 more, and this is looking good for GL. A little bit of the shots. Wow, that's really good calls coming from GL Manok, and we'll try to do a little bit of the reset while IHC listening to all this. This is really advantage, and this is going to be, we are probably looking into the first winner with a chicken dinner for Mongolia.
And that's such a skillful play. Like Manok just really pinpointed everyone who's from the side of YGY, and in return they've been able to go for a lot of information. But IHC Goddess's team is already falling apart, and that brings us to 2 more casualties here, 2 more remaining people alive for their side. But look at this, it's still being heated up here. There's still some people here brought decided from YGY, and they're trying to fend them off, but both of the teams are pushing up against them, and still our members here from IUC are still struggling. But so far, our members here from the side of Asteria are standing their ground.
We are looking into three different countries battling for the 1, 2, 3 slots here this time. We're looking into Mongolia, Philippines, Indonesia, who has the better firepower, and really IHC is not making it easy for them to take down. But Asteria having that vantage point will try to tell who's the boss here. But team number 15 from Indonesia, yes, correct, from Indonesia will try to also say that, hey, I can do good CQCs. Manok here, good discipline calls. I really like how she's always dodging and waiting for the callbacks. But now returning the fire, trying to take down with that Thompson suppressor. And with a support in hand, that's really looking good. Communication skills will try to take over just one by one like a domino. Try to take down, and it's not going to look good at all for team number 15. And we know what? Winner, chicken dinner. What a handsome call from that.
I can feel all the pressure coming in from the whole clash that's happening there. Like that is such a well put fight between the three remaining teams, and I can still put out that IHC Goddess from Mongolia is really, really well deserving of the top three, and even secured 8 more kills for themselves. And also, I really like the fact that Manok is really keen on collecting all the intel she can get in order to shift all the advantage for their team. And they also focused on one team to put down and to the other, just transferring it after the attention has already been given, and try to knock some people down. Then definitely it gave them all the disadvantage. They don't know what to do, but eventually it actually worked out well for their side. And do you want to know fun fact?
Yeah, what's that?
Manok means chicken in Philippines. So
Oh, really?
yeah, and I'm quite
Oh.
curious why Manok is her IGN. But yeah, really well played teams.
Wow, I'm totally caught off guard, super speechless on towards that particular CQC engagement. That was so disciplined on when she was gonna pick in and do a spray, and then
True.
forward by one by one with the support coming in, super aggression. This is the kind of gameplay that we are seeing for the final round over in FSL PUBG Mobile Open.
Yeah, wow. That is such a low clash. I mean, actually, you just proved your fight. I mean, Miramar has been the haven for the Filipinos. Then so far, they've really played well and really showcased that they can do wonders at this land. And I really want to commend Indonesia and Mongolia as well, because, wow, I mean, they've been encountering a lot of teams, to be fair. Like the whole duration of the match, they've passed through for like 3 teams, and they've been able to wipe them all out. And YGY, they're on really good and learning the circle. Like they are always on the safe spots, and they prevented themselves to be being pushed against other teams, or they really prevented themselves versus the engagement. And yeah, really great match overall. Looking forward for the Sanhok one.
Yeah, exactly. I really like the fact that you highlight the fact that being very consistent. But you know what else is consistent? We will see them to carry out whatever they have been showing to us in the next match. We will take a break for a while, and we'll see you with the leaderboards after this.
On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Lost in your eyes every time, there's no turning back. Swear I ain't got a chance. Had me caught up in you since the night on the terrace, yeah. You had me falling fast. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Got double vision. I get lost in your eyes every time. It's electric. Can you feel it? It's electric. Intoxicated by you, yeah. It's electric. Intoxicate me like you do, yeah. Like you do. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. It's electric. You are
there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure.
And we're back once again to FSL PUBG Mobile Open Day 2, wherein we have witnessed a lot of players who really stood out in the earlier match. And those are the players who actually, I mean, they did their fair share of their leaderboards, but right now, they're really standing out.
Yep, definitely. We can see a huge domination earlier with a lot of skill sets and agilities of getting towards the heart shapes. Honestly, just now it was totally like a grab in towards the heart shape. A lot of teams they just merely make it and they've got to do another rotation in. So it has to be all about that calls and where they're gonna secure that place. So honestly, we did see a lot of these good shots coming from all of these teams that made it into the top three in the previous match. They showed a lot of potential.
Yes, and so far it is going to be a different land. It's going to be in the land of Sanhok, and we have seen some teams who really performed well yesterday, except for TGPPG. We have witnessed Parang Lassie being able to follow up, and also Esa Angels. If it weren't them being sandwiched by two teams, which is I may recall Rolex Girls and one more from the what they call this from the Philippines. But we will be giving you a glimpse of our leaderboards right now, wherein you will be able to see the summary of our game so far.
What? Look at
61.
that domination. 61 as to 31. Bro. Wow. That's a bro code in fact. That's oh my god. You know what?
They're
I don't know.
cracked.
Yeah, heads off to Asteria. Really onto Mama Ray who gave you that information. True enough, they are showing domination indeed. This is like a good two chicken dinners back to back. They've got themselves 61 crazy points.
Yeah, and that's really astounding. And look at the differences. Like, it's too far apart. 30 points. And they really have to grind themselves up if ever they really wanted to push that through, especially if Astera would even let them do so. But so far, YGYT and even IHC Goddess are really doing well because they've been able to follow up and at least put up a good fight against Astera during the last match. And so far, we are looking forward for any more changes here in the leaderboards, considering that the placements from top two and so on are fairly close, so they can actually you know push each other to up to the flank if ever that they can do so.
I don't know. I don't think number one will have any changes unless
Yeah.
another team decides to do domination like what they can do, because it was really the battle of minds, the battle of frags, a lot of things that were shown in Asteria earlier. They had four ladies still standing alive, even though a lot of teams was being taken down one after another.
Yeah, and that's really interesting too. Like other teams might last into the last circle, like maybe three more people remaining, maybe two more, but them they stood strong, and for the remaining, and they even pulled off the match when everyone is still alive. But there's going to be the third match. We'll be diving right into here, Jess and Ben. We'll be seeing if they would there would be some changes because so far we're this is actually a really good flight path too. Like they can choose if ever they wanted to decide full close or not, then it's already up to them.
Yep, and looking into the flight route, it starts from Cow, ends in Docks, shifting towards more towards the east side, and I'm not sure exactly where this circle will go. If it does go to yesterday's circle again, it is a tough circle, a hard lock because everybody had to go through the areas of Paradise and Bootcamp, and we all know that those areas are pretty risky when it comes to the last few circles of the closing. And then right now, teams have already gone into their respective areas, and it looks like Rolex will not take the place of Bootcamp. As if you want to remember yesterday's gameplay,
Mm-hmm.
TGPPG had a standoff over in Bootcamp. So this time we are not seeing that happening. Though we're seeing a contention over in the Kampong. I think there is two teams there, and right now looking into the first team that has another contention over in Kau, there are three teams here. Mochi.
Oh, okay. It's not looking good for the team of High Team because there are already a lot of people low, and even for the members here of Farang Lassie, only one more player is surviving, and they're still flat patching themselves up, but they're already -1 of one of their comrades, and so far it's still not stopping. Others don't even have enough guns and even shields yet, or rather, their what they call as armor, and they're really struggling on how they would be able to keep this up considering that we're having more contentions. It's not stopping. Haru is trying to push them in, and Lean who had no choice but to back out of that.
Uh-oh, not looking good at all for Farang Lassie and trying to do the revival first. Again, this place is heavily contested with three different teams. Honestly, on the advantage right now is still teams that is in the gray, which is Demigod. They have the advantage of this area. Farang Lassie will have to find a place to back out because right now they are pretty much being spotted and very close in with team number 7. And I think this is a team from Vietnam, so really not looking good or not a good start for Farang Lassie.
Definitely a problem for them considering that Nira is also running low on health too. I mean, she has one to patch herself up, but I doubt that that will be enough. Especially there might be additional more gunfights that they have to face up against. But this time, look at this: the Bemi goddesses are already running out, and they might be spotting someone here, which is respectively Lean, and Lean will be able to connect those shots onto play. But look at this: there's already the whole backup showing up. You tried to put one of our cameras in, then we will be doing the same. Lena has already met her grave at that instant, and as well as the fact that our other members here from the side of High Team are just watching, taking their time, eating their popcorn of what's happening between the two teams.
Oh, this is not looking good. It's gonna have another contention here with team number 7, and this is Vietnam versus number 13. This is Philippines. They have learned the steps, they have heard the shots, and I think Demigod's coming closer, and they have the time to loot earlier, so I think they are coming well prepared. Similarly to Vietnam, who is pretty much confident already after taking down two of
Ooh.
Farang Lassie, and we have another contention happening over on towards Vietnam and Mongolia.
Yep, and it's going to be IHC Goddess being able to go for one, but yep, Winter is currently down. They do really have to heal her up or patch her up, but this time around, I guess they'll be disengaging just a bit from that retention. And so far, it is going to be our members here from Indonesia just actually chilling. I mean, they got for that encounter and they'll be disengaging just a bit. At least they have the good idea that IHC Goddess is at this situation or at this area.
Yep. Just trying to comb in and look out for more information. While sprays are still happening, they have spotted the vehicle coming from Mongolia and will compose one more time to exactly find the right place to execute. While we have another contention happening in the kill feed, this is Rolex
Ooh.
versus Goddess. Again, similar teams meeting up with one another, probably again because of the places that they have heard one another shots. And we'll keep looking for more. And in
Oof.
fact, this time they are in the same place. Myanmar is not having a good game this time. Three of them already been knocked here, leaving only with Joyce or yep, Joyce is the only person trying to do a revival here. Got Ryus, and hopefully will get enough reset. They're already getting ready with the first aid. They will try to do a little bit of that reset portion while waiting for Rolex to arrive.
But Rolex is just doing the same thing. I mean, they're really gatekeeping them from reviving one of their allies. I mean, let's just wait them out here, and if ever they decide to heal this other ally of theirs, then automatically it would just mean to their demise. And so far by the kill feed, we'll be seeing some players here from YGY being knocked down by another team, and yeah, I guess there's definitely early engagements and contestants in the land of Sanhok.
Ah, just hoping to get more information. Maybe taking advantage of this reset. I think they are really calm. Before they push, they are learning it very well. Yep. I think both of them have the same mindset this time, showing good discipline skills. And this is coming from professional or semi amateur, I'm not sure, but it's really showing a good display of information after information. We can see that Rolex, when they are pushing, they are not pushing massy in a way where they are just going to go blindly. They already heard the steps, they know exactly where, and they're coming closer. Doing a little bit of TPP, and the first shot's coming with DPS meta in play. Oh, but the sprays are painful here. And we'll do a little bit of the reset for Rolex. Now they are taken over by the Myanmar. Cooking a nade, I think, probably for Janice or what's that? I can't remember. I can't really see the name, but it doesn't matter because they are coming in with the DPS in hand. Will it be a good meta with 1 HP left? Oh, this is not looking good for Lazy. Ay, ay, ay. Oh no! Oh
What?
no!
Oh no, they tried to go into a rush. She thought that she can do it, but sadly she has been shut down by Janice and even has been able to get the chance to revive her team. I mean, there's just two of them, but at least they managed to fend them off. And we're now down to 12 more teams surviving. And so far, let's now go here for the team of Mata Ladies. Mata Ladies is just gonna be chilling here, really prioritizing the high ground and looking or scouring for other teams who will be able to cross down their path, because so far not as of yet, but they really have a really good idea that there'll be someone from the boot camp, and that would be TGPPG.
Oh dear. Okay, so basically it's
She
still going to be a long distance shots even if they want to make contact. But I think TGPPG will be vigilant enough to see teams that will be coming down over the areas of bootcamp. They have already plotted themselves in different sections of the bootcamp areas. If you can see that, getting ready for any kinds of threats that will be happening. They are taking, yep, there you go, sprays happening. They are well aware of the around situation here. And in fact, IHC is not afraid to give out shots, and this will give information towards TGPPG.
Yes, and definitely Mikasa would be able to take a lot of damage from that, as well as Victoria going for the blow back from Wings. And there's going to be two more people surviving here from the side of IHC Goddess, but this is going to be pretty difficult, and I think it will be the wise decision to go back out. But in return, it's going to be Mikasa just being cornered here. She has nowhere to go.
Oh dear God, Mikasa. Oh, but
Oh!
Burn alive. Burn, baby Burn going down first. And IHC will go and gather back with whatever they have left because only one person is alive. Ina here will try to compose, but Dini already have learned. Like I said, TGPPG learning the information, taking control, trying to take over the advantage that they have. Far trying to locate exactly where team number 9 is. And this is looking really good because Far, oh, there you
Ooh.
go. Already a clue.
Yep, Mata Ladies has been finally found out by TGPPG, and so far they already have a really good idea that they're being scouted, and I guess they'll be inflicting the same thing onto one another. But so far, they're just taking their time here. They're in the circle, so there should be no worries for them, and as well as the fact that if ever that there will be some contestants that will be willing to engage. But in terms of the positioning here for the high ground, I think the members here from the side of what they call this meta ladies, they're at a more of an advantage.
Yeah, but now it's looking a stalemate. They have called ceasefire for now, doing a little bit of the reset. And I think TGPPG coming closer in towards the areas of where the shots are in and will compose. But right now we're looking into Goddess, who has disengaged from the previous battle, and will try to get into the circle first. Even though it's the second phase, not as painful. It's only like 10 to 20% of HP as the circle depletes. But we'll get whatever needs that they need to first. They have already 4 elimination points, about 400 meters away from the current circle, so it's pretty safe for them.
Yeah, and that's a big adjustment from Goddess as well. Like they know the odds that the numbers are not in their favor, and they lost two of their allies. So the least that they could do is to take the time for themselves and at least make it a bit more delayed, so that they would not draw much attention for their team. But the problem here is if they were able, or if they would be seeing someone who would be gatekeeping them in return. And hopefully that will not be the case, because so far they're just chilling and the rest of the team is just chilling, respectively, this team of Ames's team. But yeah, I mean, they're just punching each other right now. So yeah.
Yep, probably having the time of their lives. And you know what? The circle, it seems like it's a yesterday circle. It's between three islands. Still not really looking exactly to where it's going to close in, but no more, or at least a little bit of the portion of paradise. Nobody is
Mm-hmm.
in paradise yet. Everybody is probably focused in towards between the three islands. They're not sure exactly where the next circle will be, but right now, teams are just going to compose themselves and reload as they can. But oh, interestingly, we've got um, Asteria, the dominating team right now, over with Mystery, giving mysteriously over onto the sniper tower.
Yeah, and they're just looking for any people, and so far it is interesting that they don't undergo any engagements, considering that they're really aggressive. But so far, this might be another engagement here from one of the teams here from Team Seven, and that is going to be the team of huh. Oh no. Oh no, I'm lost. I'm looking for the team team number 7.
Number
And then
7 is High Team from Vietnam.
it's high team, okay.
Yep.
And yep, they're just scattered and they're still eyeing TGPPG because they really know that someone is there and they've already been found out.
Yep. But I think it will be hard to lure TGPPG to come out because currently the circle is on them. They will take whatever it takes to get uh, to hold the fort for TGPPG over in bootcamp.
Mm-hmm.
They will not come out at all. Although team number 7 will take one of the best places to find opponents or to fish out opponents that might come in. This is the best place to fish out, get kill steals.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's pretty vulnerable because if they were to get pushes or even a throwable, raining grenades and throwables, it will not look
Ooh.
good on them. But WC will say, hey, you know what? Enough of you rotating. I will try to spray you down, but we'll get away with being pleasured by a few sprays and no problem with that.
Yeah, but at least they already have a good idea that okay, high team is there. There's some people who are trying to get away from our perimeter, and all we have to do, if ever that we are comfortable and confident enough to contest them, then push them out, considering that they might already be ready, considering judging from the loots that they currently have. And so far, yep, it's still the same portion of the paradise. No other team is still there yet, but currently they're just waiting it all out after all their attention and action that we have seen from earlier on. Right now, they're focusing on knowing which area they should stay. And right now, they're viewing the team of Muga and Skylar, and it's still the same thing.
Moog and Skylar are currently perched on top of Chem Alpha's hill, and this is actually a good meta for them. If the circle closes into this area, it will be a blessing in disguise if they get to do a little bit of the kill steals. But unfortunately for Moog and Skylar, they have to
It's too
come out
far,
right
yeah.
now and play going into the fortress of TGPPG. Definitely, they will try to take advantage of the presidency that they have right now, which is the boot camp, and it's a big area for them to cover. Honestly, with the exit points, entrance points. I'm knowing TGPPG. I think think they have something up ready in on their sleeves, and they will get ready for that battle.
This is going to be tough because they have to break down two empires if ever they want to cross off that boundaries and if ever the circle will be closing up to that area. And so far, that would make them a lot more vulnerable than than it should be. And I guess they'll be doing that right now, considering that there is a chance that they can do so. But yeah, they really have to keep their eyes peeled if ever that there will be other people who be looking out for any people who will be crossing from the stream. And yeah, I guess that'll be the same thing that they have to keep an eye out.
Uh-huh. Just waiting again, this time very
Mm-hmm.
carefully choosing the shorelines instead. This is team Mata Ladies from Indonesia. I really like how they are giving out this meta. That's a pun there, meta, mata. But this is really good because they are using a bit of the shoreline. I would prefer this any day,
True.
because not many players would actually focus on the shorelines. So this is giving them a good entrance in, and hence no shots at all. They are really sticking to the IGL's call, which is going towards the shorelines. It will be a threat at least for team number two, who might see them crossing in, because team number two right now is on the opposite side of where exactly team number nine is. They can just do a little bit of the sprays, and you know what, team TGPPG with that brutal state, eyes like an eagle, already see some heads and going to do a spray on towards frozen. Well, at least this give them a clue that there is people crossing over on towards the shoreline.
Yes, and they've been finally countering each other out, and at least Wix is trying to land some blows here from one of their members, but sadly that would not be the case. They'll be forced to back out and at least try and lower it all out. But this time it's going to be Cosmo being taken down here by TGPPG, and this is going to be pretty difficult because they're still out here in the open while TGPPG is in a really good position. And oh my, it's going to be pretty crucial for them. And by the other side, it is the team of Asteria, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Asteria. I chuckled a little bit because Cosmo was already knocked and she was like, come on, pick me up. And she literally crossed the other lady. So it was like, she was so desperate to get that knock to Bible that she totally crossed with the teammate that, like, come
Yeah.
on, pick me up
They
right
can't
now.
because there's the risk of being taken down too. So,
Oh god,
oh
that's cute.
my. The sheer panic that they're
Yeah.
suffering from.
I can imagine the comms if like, hey, pick me up now, right now. Like, hey, can you get out of my sight first? Like, that KB funny
Yeah,
communication probably that was going on earlier.
true. And in the meantime, while they're all panicking there, we're seeing really good placements here, respectively from WC Victoria, High Team, although they're already down to three more people, and as well as Goddess too, and Essa Angels. But also, it seems like someone will also be joining the circle just in a bit, and that would be the team from what do you call this? It's one of UNF. So yeah, but look at this. Already shots being fired here from the time from the side of YGY, and they might be, or rather, Mata Ladies, and they'll be countering High Team just in a bit. Ooh,
Oh, being spotted out here from the lower grounds, and these are the ladies that have successfully crossed in the shorelines by the cliffs. They are spotted even though they have the lower ground advantage, but this is pretty smart because they have that slope to play with, but they got to watch their six because there is team
mm-hmm.
Amethyst right behind. So even if they come and do a little bit of the sprays, they have to watch their six because there is another team that might just look at, going for that
Ooh.
dive in first. Not sure why, because the circle is not going towards the favor. Maybe she did a bit of the drop. Maybe someone started to spray on them already. Yep, true enough. Look at Wings life, super low HP. Comms in immediately. They dive in and will try to get themselves a better circulation in towards the rotation of the next few circles.
And at least they've been able to act that quick, and at least now they're much more safer. But never mind, I guess they just jinxed it because One from Asteria has been able to take one down here from the side of TLs, and so far they'll be suffering just a bit from that. But this might be a potential face off between the two sides of TGPPG and as well as this team from YGY. And look at this, they're already giving their blows, might be cooking up a nade onto the other onto the neighborhood, but it will be connecting, but not that much. But will be enough to inflict a lot of damage. But by the sidelines, and the kill feed Bam Bam will already taken down by one of the members here from High Team, and it will be a potential sandwich from their side.
Ooh, no, 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 no. That
Oh,
reflection.
oh
She
no!
accidentally pushed back that grenade. I hope she knows that it's happening towards her. Oh dear God. Mira, maybe because the shots are happening, it confuses the players sometimes. But I really like
Yeah.
to cast over ladies tournament sometimes, because if you can see their actions and their skills is very meticulous. Like now, they're spraying in towards areas that they know the shots are coming from, and when they are doing certain things, they are very careful on towards the position so that they won't get compromised of any body angles at all. And I really like how the form of, at least to keep themselves safe, and this time, yep, there you go, immediate reaction. They will go towards any point of coverage, and that will slow down the process.
Yeah, but look at this. They're already up on their nose here. It's going to be the team of High Team being able to try and gatekeep these people from Asteria. But look at this. They're really trying it all out. Yep, you want to gatekeep us, but we are up for the fight. And in return, our members here from the side of High Team will be entirely erased here from the side of Asteria. But I mean, there's still one more person. I mean, two more people left. But they're really keen on putting them down. And in return, there's still some of the members here from the side of Mugen, Skylar, still struggling to face up against them.
Look at Skylar doing very smartly, doing the prone, trying to sneak in. They know the threats are huge in front of them. There's more than one team. But what they are doing currently is pretty smart. They are doing that proning action and will try to get back. While Team High is concentrated on different parts of the angles here. They are covering a lot of sections. For me, I think they should just focus fire onto one, because right now they are losing members as we speak, only left with Haru. While Haru was clearing up the other side, teammates are coming down, and this is giving Mugen Skylar a great entrance to come in.
Yes, and I agree. And this just means that in more coverage, they would be able to ambush our remaining members here from the side of High Team. But so far, look at this. Kimmy would just be scarring more and will be having a really great idea of all the remaining members by the sidelines. And so far, Sixto by the kill feed will be getting two in return. As well as the fact that there is going to be additional contestants on all the teams, as all the clashes, all the bloodbath happening here at the current situation. But just one more person remaining here from YGY. It's all up to her.
Oh, now looking into this, trying to predict exactly where to shoot for Nina. But Nina's IGL said, nope, we're going to go into the circle first bait. Don't care about the shots. We're just going to come in, and they are carefully rotating in. Honestly, where they are going to come in is it has a beautiful entrance, because I think the players that is focused on towards the east side of Paradise right now, they are focused towards the front. They are not looking at the back at all. That's the reason why ESA now coming into the mini map, you can see that they are having a great entrance in. Nobody is spraying on towards them. This is really giving good calls from IGL itself. So we can see that there is good communication skills, at least from IGL. Goddess, they are the first few invaders in towards this current circle, so they can do a little bit of the passive gameplay. But we can see that WC from Philippines, they are so bold and determined, now extracting one of the players out. Essa again, good entrance in, but because of that shots, and WC is so vigilant to get into information, they're getting themselves spraying towards Essa.
Yep, and there are two separate clashes happening right now. There's already the fires coming in here from the side of Asteria, and as well as the fact that there will be WC Victoria executing by the sidelines. And so far, Lynn is already running low in health here, but still will be caught up by some of the members here from the team of what do you call it, from Asteria. But so far, yep, they're gonna take their time here, try and go for the revive as much as possible. But WC Victoria is already up in their nose, and all of them are already at the circle. And so far, it's going to be pretty difficult because these are the last four teams that we are seeing, and they really have to be methodical about this.
Okay. Now we've got 12 players in, 4 teams remaining, and WC again taking control of the advantage of the compounds that they have. Getting a little bit of the sprays from Essa, who has the vantage point right now. They have a little portion of that safe circle. They're trying to eliminate whatever they can before stepping into the compound. Essa Love managed to get Uni, who was learning and trying to get into WC's compound. But
Ooh.
right now, I think they are trying to do good gameplay here, doing the advantage of the vantage point, trying to get and locate information of the players that is in the compound. But look into WC, very disciplined. They are not showing any point of any compromisation of their bodies, and they're trying to keep and wait for Essa to come in.
Yeah, I mean, there has already been an encounter here between Luna and Nina, though, so that's going to be one man down or one woman down. On the other hand, we have witnessed that our members here from the side of Amit's team is being sandwiched between the two teams, so that's going to be definitely a problem. But there's already one more player here outside of the blue zone, and I doubt that she could be able to make it. So, in return, this is going to be more amplified damage being given by the play zone, and in return that's going to be two more teams remaining, and that is going to be in between the side of WC and as well as Essa. And look at this, you're still playing it calmly as much as possible.
Yep, they're gonna take a lot of time to do the reset. Yes, they are on the advantage for WC. This is really good discipline skills. Like I said, coming from Philippines, they know that they have the advantage of the compound, and they know that people are pressuring fire for them to come out, but they did not get themselves compromised at all. And now they are coming together, trying to work as a team, and they know that they have to battle it out between 3v2. It's obvious there's only 5 players remaining. There's 2 outside, but Essa will not give any vulnerability for themselves. You know what? Essa is now getting ready to cook a nade, trying to confirm with the position exactly where the players are.
And so far, I guess they already have a pretty good idea. But look at this. That's going to be one of the players here from WC Victoria being able to catch up. And okay, it seems to me there's already one person there. And cooking up a nave, throwing it in. Masadi will not be connecting to anyone. But still, this is a 2v3 action. But that's going to be Esha going taken down here. But one of the members here from the side of WC. And so far, it is going to be the face-to-face battle here between Mother going for the dance. And that's going to be the match. And then between the two sides, and Fsl Angels.
It's a clutch.
Being victorious. Wow. Yeah, it is definitely a clutch. Amazing.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that glitch. That's the reason why me and Mochii didn't see exactly who had the last shot.
Yeah.
Initially, it looked like WC Victoria had that last few shots. But you know what? Essa came in strong, taking the vantage point, clutching it out. Beautiful grenade landed upon the opponents and winning that battle. Winner chicken dinner for Malaysia. Very close battle indeed between Philippines and Malaysia.
Yeah, and instantly that is like 20 plus points for the side of Fsl Angels. And once again, there's still a lot more chance for the trends to change here in our leaderboards. And I am quite excited because so far these teams have really shown their prowess. And interestingly, our members here from the side of TGPPG and Asteria fell back into the, what do you call this, 5th place? And TGPPG is way below. But yeah, let's see if there will be some changes as well, considering that we'll be back onto the land of Miramar for our 4th map. But once again, there are not much kills that happen here. Like there are some people who are really good in terms of securing kills, but not enough to say that they are literally popping off.
Yep, definitely. But it's a good standoff, and I think that the heat is on, the battle is on, because we still got 2 more matches to go in Miramar and Erangel. So this is where it really matters. And you know what? Before all of that, I want you guys to catch a little bit of break because we need that from that heat battle. So we'll see you guys right after this break.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to FSL PUBG Mobile Open. And this event is partnered by Intel and Yahoo. And of course, I am SisJenny. Together with me is the lovely Mochii.
Hi, and so far, wow. I don't know. So far, it is well deserved of like the finals, and we have witnessed all the teams fighting off against each other, just really, really being aggressive. Like I mean, yes, there are some times that they disengage, but they get back up and go for the aggression once again. Like they're just really being so wild right now, and so far, it seems like we'll be seeing our leaderboards just in a bit,
Huh?
and 70 points. Whoa. Okay.
It's a total domination indeed. I've been like, now I'll just like, hey, you know what? The first spot is not up for grabs anymore, guys. It's only second and third and fourth. Because indeed, you guys can see, even though round three Asteria didn't do so well, they only had 9 points. They are gonna give more points ever said. But though it's not the end, if let's say SR Angels can give a better show, like maybe getting themselves 25 points, it will give themselves a little bit more for the next round. Yes, true enough, the previous
Mhm.
round they got 25 points. YJY getting themselves 39, and IC Goddess getting themselves 29. So basically, it's like the difference of 10, but the current countries that is in the lead is actually Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Mongolia.
And seems like from Mongolia, as far as I might recall, they're the only representative for their country, and so far they're really doing well. And I guess it's more of the quality rather than the quantity for their side. And
Mhm.
this just means that they're really doing well, and we are looking forward for the consistency. And if ever they can go and set the par up for our first and second, what they call this, yep, first and second placements. And let's see if that will be the case. And yeah, I guess it's going to be, as far as the miracle, it will be another map of Miramar.
Yes, another map of Miramar, and I like big maps because this is where they can recompose, reset, and show themselves at least two rotations, and then try to plant themselves a lot more elimination points. And plus, big maps, I think a lot of teams actually they can do kill steal instead of doing engagement. So probably if they are smart enough, they are able to spot out, and knowing that this is ladies, they are very meticulous. We are meticulous when we are doing our work. So
True.
hopefully with that, it gives a push to all these other teams as compared to the current dominating team, which is actually from Asteria.
And other than being meticulous, they're really methodical too. Like they really
Mhm.
know in turn. I mean, their decision making skills are really top tier, because it just shows that they know when they should do such stuff in terms of rotations, their killings, and as well as the fact when they should disengage, and of course focus on the objective for the meantime. But I guess in just in a while we'll be going to our lobby. But who do you think would have the chance to grind themselves back up again? Like on the lower rise, we have the teams of YGY. We also have demigoddesses, the goddesses, etc. Who do you think that they can have a better chance of winning this time?
Probably it's teams that is from number two till number five, because at
Mm-hmm.
least they know they are very close to the number one spot. Usually, this is the kind of kick that will give in into these players when they know that, hey, I'm at number two. I want to do a catching up. I'm not going to let Asteria take over. So sometimes it falls under that blood, the when they are very close to that first the podium place basically. So it's something that is inbuilt in them that they want it so bad. But again, I won't disregard to all these other teams that is currently bubbling under with only having like 19 or 17. They can
Yeah.
make a miracle, but it's going to be difficult for them to get into that 70 points.
Yeah, actually, I can see that too. Like, just in a few more, it can't even reach 100, because we have two
Yep.
more maps remaining, and they're the type of team that doesn't back down. Like, all they give their all in every match, and I think that is one of the stuff that we can highlight here for the team of uh Asteria. And yeah, so far, guess it will be the last two remaining maps. Back to the classic and back to the wide map of what they call this, Miramar. And I am expecting that there should be some um early aggressions, hopefully, because that just means that they will be able to weed it out for who can be able to survive more. But yeah, once again, we would like to thank our sponsors, Intel and Yahoo, because we could mention that earlier on. But we are thankful for you to make this event possible right now here in the PUBG Mobile Open.
Yep, guys, and those of you who are tuning in, we are casting for FSL. So if you have not known what FSL is, it is a platform for all our ladies esports players to play into this platform. So we are gathering from different parts of the world, and you know what? Let's fly into the sandy dunes of Miramar and take a look into the flight route right now and see where it goes.
Oh,
And you know what? It's like a repetitive of yesterday's flight route, Mochi.
yeah, it's pretty similar, but it's more narrow, if you know what I mean. And it's going to be pretty difficult because that just means that they'll be clumped up to this area. But it seems like our members here from GLX, or respectively our members here from YG Wireless, already put themselves down here in the Valley del Mar. So I guess that would just mean that they had the place for themselves, and the rest of the people here will have to fight against each other here in the area of the middle place.
Uh-huh. And I really wonder where the circle is going to cut in, because if it does goes towards the south, it's going to be an ugly battle, especially for teams who are currently going into their drop spots. And I believe so. There is quite a number of teams here who would prefer to go into the northern part of Miramar.
Mhm.
They're just going to glide through as of now, but I can see there is two teams already alighted and get themselves comfortable over in Los Leones. And again, oh, and you know what? The circle decides to cut into the north.
Yeah, and so far there's a lot of teams at Chumasera too, so that's going to be pretty difficult for them. I mean, there's three teams at that same location right now, but yeah, they had to focus more on looting here, and as much as possible, as soon as they get their primary weapons, or at least get themselves geared up initially, they have to get out, go to a different location that they may ensure to themselves that they are pretty safe and they can lock it up for themselves.
Yeah, you true got it right. Chumisera is being up for grabs, but you know what? The rivalry has not ended in Picado. It's still the same two teams that will meet up one after one another, and it is going
Mm-hmm.
to go for Rolex and Essa over in Picado. They really want to show that they are the best of the best to receive this particular land. We will see that battle a bit later, but definitely the contention is not over between that two countries.
Yes, and as well as the fact that from what you're seeing right now, IHC Goddess has already landed a couple of shots here from the side of Amethyst's team. So that's going to be pretty crucial because they've been in terms they've been whooshed out of that area. Like they just said, you know what, this is our place, get out of here, and they got no choice but to leave it be.
Huh? And just going to do a little bit of sprays, but unfortunately for IHC, we only have three players in the lobby right now, so they don't have a full squad. That might give them a disadvantage. Similarly to Rolex, only playing with three players. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, you know what? I was wrong. Oh wait, it is right. Yeah, so it's between these two same countries. This is
Mm-hmm.
Philippines and Vietnam. WC already got one casualty in hand, so it's looking like an equal battle, a 3v3 affair. But right now, they are just gonna find themselves stuff before they do that push, having that agreement, that brohood, or we call this the sishood,
Yeah.
SisJenny, but not SisJenny. Yeah, sister agreement, where they are gonna go a little bit of the looting before they start to engage with one another.
Yeah, the sisterhood. And yeah, so far, it seems like this seems like deja vu, right? It is WC Victoria as well as a team of Vietnam. So, it might actually be the same thing where NWC Victoria might be able to counter this out or survive the wrath of Rolex girls, but it may be the opposite thing if ever Rolex girls have been prepared to do some of that. But this time around, it's going to be our members here from the side of High Team. Just casually going for a road trip here, just going for a really good location of where they can additionally loot, and as well as the fact discover for any people who might be at their premises.
And that was a weird outfit to wear in a desert. I'm sure she's
True.
sweating inside. It's so thick. Babe, it's so thick. Come on, take it off.
Girl.
Girl.
Suffering through beauty.
Yeah, for fashion. I wonder if she's wearing high heels. Just a joke.
Oh my, I can't imagine wearing high heels in a desert. Like, how would that even feel? I can't. What?
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, it's a nice outfit. It's just that if you were to put in character, she's sweating like mad running inside with the level 3 bag. Oh my god.
She can die from stroke or from
Yeah.
heat. Oh
But
no.
yeah, jokes aside, now looking into Los Leones again, it's heavily scoured by Demigod, team number 13. But we can see something
Hmm.
happening here with a team of Myanmar Goddess already getting one casualty in hand. And I think Demigod Clay here is going to try to look for information what's happening over on the other side. While that is happening, Niobe getting a little bit of that damage. Not sure exactly to whom because there is three teams over in Los Leones as of now. And now looking into which team that is giving that contention, it is Team Asteria. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Oh my. But Dora was already a really good idea that someone is out there and that's going to be the team of Astera, like what SisJenny said, and they're really preventing them to getting away. Six will be locked into this area, and seems like he's gonna be peeping. She's gonna be peeping out of the dunes, and she's gonna be delivering some blows onto Dora. It'll be disengaging at that instant. I guess they're really aware, and at least the shots were landed, but not enough to actually shut anyone down at the current situation. But Asteria is not looking good right now.
Yep, definitely. And trying to get information, I'm sure they're not going to get themselves, give themselves away that easily. They will try to recompose, and we all know how good Asteria is. And yep, true enough, even getting onto the buggy, she is showing skills that hey, I'm gonna prone first and then deploy my smoke, and I'm not gonna give myself that easily. Even though they have Manok already down, I would say one of the star players for Asteria themselves, they already have one down, and they are not gonna compromise even more to get the entire team back to the lobby. Even though yes, they are currently the ones that is leading in the scoreboard. If they get too soon for this match, it will give a great entrance. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
oh.
whoa! That's a very good cover indeed. We did see that happening in the sisterhood. I got your back, sis.
Definitely a really good cover up for their team, but so far, Hera. Oh my, you're not in a really good position here. Being scouted by the rest of the goddesses here from Myanmar, and this is going to be pretty deadly if ever that if they would be spotting you. But, huh, I wonder what they're about to do.
I think they're gonna try to push. Actually, they have no idea that Hera is in the building. Hera is giving a good trigger discipline, not moving an inch bit at all. So probably Hera will get Janice off guard if she's not careful enough because she's in the same compound, but they have no idea that there is one player inside still. And you know what? They are gonna build up this contention. We can see that Asteria is actually coming back into the loop, and they are
Mm-hmm.
covering the fortress.
Yeah, and so far we're seeing some casualties here from both the side of WC Victoria and as well as the Rolex girls. But for the meantime, this gives them a lot of coverage here for the side of Asteria. They've been able to pin down the locations of the goddesses because of Hera, and that would actually be giving them more chance to face them head on. And this time though, you're still at the blue zone. There's not no one is still backing down as of the moment. Hera finally out of the mouse hole, and they will finally engage with remaining members here from Goddess. That's going to be starting from Janice, and as well as the fact that there will be a trade on sticks. But the same thing that comes here is that they're still waiting it all out. They're trying to go for a potential revive, but still the gunfires are not ceasing.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Oh, disadvantage definitely for Asteria. Now one person left, and Mysteries with a few shots, she can spray down, and true enough, bring down Asteria, the dominating team. Myanmar will win the fire.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and at least we are seeing already one team entirely out of the map and are actually already back into the lobby. But this time it's going to be WC Victoria finally facing off against one more team. I mean, they're just refiring here still against Rolex Girls, but Crex is still flashing herself up while the rest of the team is just doing and minding their own business. But Luna has already finally slowing it down. And I love the fact that it's just really being rampant here, and they've been finally got into the execution against the Rolex girls, and they're just looting it all up, trying to go for the revives, and finally WC Victor is at it again. Pretty similar to earlier situation back in the last map.
Yeah, but I think the last map, WC had to go back to the lobby first in Picado, but this time I think Philippines is standing up over to Vietnam, so it's a 1-1 affair. So this is still up for grabs, but luckily we don't have to play another Miramar. It's just gonna be Erangel after this. So yep, it's still a draw.
Still Ultra, definitely. And so far, MGN or Mugen Skylar has finally been. I mean, they're just in a really good position. Actually, they're just taking their time, looking out for out there if ever there will be other people they can meet. But at the current situation, they're just actually. They're just giving up their I mean their heals, etc. And we're having really good distribution at the middle area of the circle, and there is no people at the top area, so there might be good changes there later on if ever that the circle decides to retract.
Mm-hmm. I really like the circle this time. It is a quite a easy circle for a lot of these ladies to show off their skill sets. But currently we can't really tell exactly to where the circle will be. It is still going to be a vantage point for all of these teams because there's not much of that low slopes or the ditches as we speak. It's only coming towards the second phase, and we did see one casualty coming on towards Team Myanmar. Although they won the fight with Asteria, they don't have enough loots to get into the current circle. So that's the reason why we did see one of the casualty in the play zone earlier. But I think it's going to be okay for them to come in. Yep, sufficient first aids this time. Gonna make their way into the circle.
And at least they're being a bit delayed here by the team of the goddess, but they're still. I mean, it's not that much of a damage. They can still heal themselves after entering the circle, but this time around, hmm, so far, they may have the risk of being gatekept considering there's a lot of people by the bottom areas of the circle. And so far, just 13 more teams remaining. Everything that's already to come after the storm from earlier. And I guess a bigger storm is much approaching.
Yeah. Everybody's cutting composed, doing a rotation before the big migration. Not exactly sure exactly to where it will pull up this time. The previous one, it went all the way up north near Tori Ahumada. So probably this time it will come towards maybe a a central portion of Elazar, or if maybe looking into the airdrop that just landed on towards the areas of Elazar. And currently, the occupants of Elazar is actually Farang Lassi. They didn't have a good game before this, and hopefully they can do a comeback similarly to TGPPG. So it's a
Mm-hmm.
little bit worrying for some of the aggressive teams that we've seen before, the way they are, their game style. And unfortunately for now, we are just waiting for the right moment for them to step up their game. But hey, the gold Mirado belongs to Team High from Vietnam.
And we are seeing there might be some engagements here from ESA Angels as well as one more team, which is from the team of what do you call this? Mata Ladies. And I guess they'll be joining each other on the run, but this time around this might be a potential encounter as well in term for TGPPG and as well as High Team as what SisJenny said. And so far, hmm, Fa is just looking out there waiting for any heads or ant-like figures to pop out. And so far, none as of the moment.
Yep. They're just getting information, just seeking out, scouting out if there's any. Yep, they definitely have seen a few of the information passing by, doing a little bit of the sprays, pressuring fire onto a team that decides to get comfortable. But wow, that's a good amount of damage, even though it was sprays towards the hillside. So this is definitely coming from Dini. And if you remembered how Dini played yesterday, she was mostly a scouter. Oh no, no, she was a rusher. So she basically lands her shots nicely, and that's the reason why that great damage was delivered over to the player of height.
But by the kill feed, we'll be seeing Nina from ESA being taken down by one of the players from YGY. And so far, they're really being consistent in doing so. And so far, there is a bit exchange of gunfires here. And we have expected that they'll be facing off against each other because they've been following one another with the vehicles that they have. But there's just a bit of rumbling here. And I guess it's still the same contestment between the two sides. Wingsuits has been successful in spotting up two more members here from the side of ESA Angels, and they're trying to fend each other off.
Oh. Alright, now Circle Tree has come in, and yep, the contention between team number 9, Mata Ladies, and ESA. Indonesia and Malaysia. Now spray toward Asha. Will she get the damage? Nope, she will tank it out a little bit. Meta ladies will call it off, a little bit of the ceasefire. But at the same time, I think the crossfire will happen very soon because you can see that they are doing a gatekeep, and this is between two different teams, two different areas. One is having a vantage, one is having a lower pound of contact. But Cherry Big spotted that beautiful shot coming from Cosmo. It definitely connect. Now it's gonna give a disadvantage towards Esa trying to push.
Mm-hmm. But so far, they have to walk away. They have to leave someone behind, and that's going to be Esha and Love being able to successfully survive the contestment against the team of YZY. And this time around, they'll be forced to receive all the gunfire from this, and they'll be dying from explosion. And that's going to be Love being down already and still trying to patch themselves up for Esha. And this just means that SA Angel is already down to one more member.
This is not looking good
Unfortunately.
for.
Yeah.
Yep, it's not looking good because they are currently number 2 in the leaderboard. So this will cause them a very painful outcome of Miramar. So they have to do whatever it takes in order to play the passive gameplay and get themselves into the circle. Even if it takes just survival points, it's okay, it's sufficient. So they really gotta be careful with the rotation. But currently they have been gatekept by a few of the players currently. And now I would say this is a good rotation coming from Farang Lassie. They came from Elazar. Now they are coming into the vantage point and they are the first few invaders here. So they can do a great control from the players that is coming in, and unfortunately one of them has to be focused on towards Esa.
And at least though, members here from what do you call this? From Malaysia, they're really doing well, and they're just chilling themselves. It's just Farang Lassie just being able to spot up. But okay, hold the thought. That's going to be members here from the side of WC Victoria countering these women, and there might be a potential down here from Bunny. Oh no, she's been down by the play zone from Goddess Myanmar.
This is really a great goal calls here from WC. They definitely wanted to stop for a battle, and we can see that Farang Lassie has already got back up at over in the petrol station, waiting for the kill feed to happen here. But Nira will look out for the rest of the other WC who decides to steal the spot, and one more goes down. Now to scout and look for the other one. Now beautiful shots coming with that M4 from Miramar. Beautiful shots. 2 already knocked outside of the circle now, leaving only with one person who is currently hiding inside. And Miwa will search and look for Luna, who made her way into the petrol station.
And that's going to be a problem for Luna as well, because everyone's just hunting her down, and specifically due to the fact that there's only the one last member surviving here for WC Victoria. This just means the demise from them being inflicted by our members here from Farang Lassie, and even connecting the shot. Oh my, and that is already ultimately WC Victoria out of this match. And there's going to be Asia still surviving, but she has to contend against 2 more teams up to her path, which is Farang Lassie and as well as, remember, from Gravium Ravens, who are in really good shape.
Really nicely played there. And now another team that is looking for a comeback is actually TGPPG. So they are opening up. They are trying to form up. And we can see that they are trying to do a push here towards Vietnam team. They definitely know the arrivals of each other. They are trying to find ways and angles for them to get themselves off guard for each teams here. Though they have all of them have opened up nicely. One of the players from TGPPG is doing a gatekeep from the back. But they definitely is going to get ready for this contention between Vietnam.
High Team and TGPPG. And still the odds are still on the side of High Team, considering that there's already one more member down and they are not close enough to actually revive their ally. But look at this, they're already pushing them through. TGPPG still showing off the aggression that we have witnessed from yesterday on, utilizing all the grenades, cooking it up, all the throwables they can use. And Bao is just actually chilling, as well as Bavini. As long as they can hold out through this, then they would do so. The molly's already out, but there are a lot of gunfire is already happening, and the pressure is just building up between these two teams.
I really like how Bao get that good control of the location already, and it's just any point of time right now she can just do a little bit pick and scope, and she will see where exactly TGPPG is. But you know what, good calls from IGL again. Coming into the circle is more important. They're gonna call it off, but hey, they're gonna get a surprise visit because right in front of them there is Farang Lassie and IHC just learning them from the side.
Oh my! And at least this is going to be the struggle for the side of high teams because there is a really good chance for them to be sandwiched, and it will be the contestant here from Parang Lassie, really putting out all the best parts that they can, as well as the fact that they're really getting rid of the vehicle so that they have nowhere else to go, and as well as inflicting more damage onto one of their members through that explosion. And of course, they're just buying themselves some time, as well as the side of YGY is also doing on their vehicles, but this is going to be really tricky because there are a lot of teams upon this area.
Oh no, that's not looking good for Farang Lassie. They managed to get a lot of knockouts earlier, but I think they got killed still by a few teams. Like what I mentioned earlier, this is a place where you can get good kill steals to get more elimination points, and now being bombarded with all these troubles. I think Team GL from Team number 9, Mata Lady, still not called it off between Malaysia, and they are going to look out for more. In fact, they are looking into a lot of angles if you can see in the mini map. They're concentrating, one is outside,
Ooh.
one is inside, but getting shots from the vantage point here and quickly hiding in the smoke, trying to get exactly as information as to where the shots are coming from. It's still painful for Bam Bam, and she will try to do a little bit of the healing while locating exactly where it came from.
Cosmo though, really having an eye out for the three more teams will be able to face up against her, but this time it is going to be two more people down below at this area, and they're already being consumed by the blue zone here, so that's going to be a bad thing for them. But look at this, there's already a lot of shots being fired here by Estia, and Elise is going to be still her surviving, but I guess that will not be long as our members here from the side of Parang Ladies will be finally ending the legacy of their side. And so far, Amethyst still has three more people surviving, but one is currently down, so that's going to be a problem.
It's not looking good for them, but they have a beautiful ditch that they can use as a barrier this time. At least they are in the circle. They've got a few heavy firing going on over one another, but they can spot each other nicely. Like I said, this ditch is definitely usable. It's useful for them to locate and then after that quickly hide inside. But Demigod will get that vantage point. Will try to fish out a lot of these teams coming in. Look at that
Ooh.
PPG trying to climb up, but not getting the connections at all. Beautiful usage of that mini, but not enough to bring them down.
Not enough, as they should have to do disengage at that instant because there are a lot of teams who are surrounding them, and as well as the fact that they also have one person down on their side. But at least the Goddesses are still at a really safe spot unless they'll be pushed up by two teams beside them. There is a risk of sandwich here, but still we'll be seeing some members here already meeting their graves, and as well as the members here from Mad Ladies will be receiving their demise, and as well as the fact that there will be added tension on all sides of the list is already a really close circle. But oh my, Yovi would be eliminated by Arifa from Amethyst team and might be followed by one more just being run over by the vehicle.
Uh-oh, now we are seeing everybody's coming into the skirmish, and they are going to be denied entry from as we're looking into Amethyst here with using that, utilizing that ditch, and they definitely can do a whole lot more. But right now, the great calls is coming in, but you know what? It's not the end. Mugen Skylar fishing out IHC, denying entry from coming into the circle. They are already in the circle. They're going to try and get kept. Farang Lassie, though, they have been getting a lot of elimination points, if I'm not wrong, in the kill feeds, unless they get themselves killed still by other teams. Though they are going to try to control this, and you know what? TGPPG is saying that they are back here to play.
Definitely back in the play, and they might actually show some dance moves here later on if ever they would come close to one another, because these are still four teams surviving with one another, and this is going to be pretty difficult for WC Victoria because regardless of them having the circle, there are three teams surrounding them, and that's going to be pretty crucial. But let's see if these teams would be able to meet each other earlier than them. So this time, Miko is already at this mountain or by this hill, might be able to have a good idea of where the other people are, and she has a really good idea that the members here from TGPPG are still at this era, just gonna go and play it safely. But yeah, there's a loot coming down.
Oh,
Oh,
already spotted one. Miramar spotted Mongolia. IHC now 11 players in the game. Four teams alive. You are seeing Malaysia versus Singapore and Mongolia. Yeah, trying to locate one another. But Farang Lassie having that great control of the compound, and the circle is still on them. God bless the Tencent bless them at least for this circle. But it really depends on when is the next circle coming in. But look into TGPPG gameplay. It's so aggressive. They don't really care if they don't have any point of compounds. They can just build it up right after that. And now doing still the spray down. They know that Farang Lassie is coming out, but Farang Lassie is trying to give them, hey, you want to scream at us? We're going to spray at you back. And it's really going to look very nasty at this point of time.
definitely nasty and even disgusting, even because there are further fights and that's being put out here. And of course, already finally PGPPG has been able to come against one another and finally regrouped. But the risk here is when the free fire is already there, all of them might actually come down in an instant. But we are seeing really great commitments here being placed and exhibited by the side of Farang Lassie, and they're really free firing at that era with all the knowledge that they can, that they are at the same location.
Great control indeed. But we can see two different fights happening here. We can see TGPPG taking down Farang Lassie or either vice versa. And then we are looking into IHC. Ooh, this is a backstab. And the backstab indeed. TGPPG decided to focus fire onto the Mongolia team. And now TGPPG trying to tell Farang Lassie, I have the vantage point. I want to take control of this. And that's not a good space.
Ooh.
Miwa, you should know better. And you know what? Who is the kingmaker right now? It could be Mugen Skylar for all we know, because they have been quiet for a while and they can come up. They got a circle, no problem. Mirara had a great fall, but that's not the end, because she's got to be careful, because I think TGPPG is looking right at her.
Yes, and as well as the fact that Mugen may also have a really good idea that they are still existing by the lower premises of this mountain. Most of the fact that by the sidelines, CGPPG is really eyeing them off. Like all of the people here, oh no, that's a lot of fall damage inflicted. But Bell is already being put down here by one of the members here from TGPPG, and that is already the battle between the two sides. And so far, Farang Lassie would be able to get a grasp with one another once again and will be able to go for a reset.
Oh, the battle is on. The heat is on. Remaining teams, we have 6 players in hand. We still got Singapore versus 2 Malaysian teams. Dini already know exactly the location. We'll go down, try to scour for more information. I think she can see a little bit of movement there. She's gonna scope in, gonna spray down, but it did not click, did not connect. But Mugen Gurnett playing such a good discipline. She's coming in later on and doing a spray down. Nobody's returning the fire on her. She only has that 3, and now in the open, not enough. A little bit more of the HP and a knockout by Kingmaker indeed. I don't know who's the winner with the chicken dinner. It is Farang Lassie. So Mugen did not get to be the Kingmaker.
Wow, but still though, that is such high. That is the longest tension that we had in a while, and so far these ladies really manifested themselves as the winners or the top 3, which is Farang Lassie, as well as TGPPG and Mugen Skylar, and it will be followed by IRC goddesses, the demigoddesses from PH. We also have Amethyst, who finally set the par up and climbed their way back onto this top 6. And we also have our members here from Mata Ladies. And yeah, it just carries on from there. And it has been really, really such a pressured fight that we had here on our 4th map.
Yep, definitely. That was a great show. Very disciplined in keeping with the circle. And then because of that, they were so determined. They managed to get that chicken dinner that they have been wanting and smelling from afar. So this is what we call the determination, the burning heat that they really want to get into number 1, 2, or 3, or 4, because these are going to be the ones with the prizes. So definitely a good game.
Definitely a good game, and I guess we'll be seeing the leaderboards once again later on after this. But yeah, I guess the rest of our people really have to cool themselves down after all the pressure, after all the heated matches. Not just heated, it's all on fire. It's blazing, ladies. And right now, we really have to take a break. Once again, I am with SisJenny, I am Mochii, and we'll be back after a quick short break.
adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark in
there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, no.
And now we're back here to the PUBG Mobile opened by FSL, and of course, sponsored by Intel and Yahoo. I am still Mochii and joined together with SisJenny, and we are now on to the last map for this tournament, which is the land of Erangel, the beloved Madriuski Madriusa.
Wow. What was that accent? This is my first time listening to that. Definitely it's cool. But yeah, the heat is on, and the last map, this is where the first position is not up for grabs because
Yeah.
the points difference is way too great. It was like 70 plus. But although Asteria had a early too soon in the first in the previous Miramar, so they are currently having 71 points. And if I'm not wrong, ESA didn't perform as well. So
Mhm.
probably number two and number two is still up for grabs because of the point difference. It's pretty much it's doable. And if I'm not wrong,
Yeah.
I think Farang Lassie has catched up in the sense of where they are. Before this, they were all the way in number 7 or something like that. Because of that chicken dinner, I think it gave them that boost to push them
Mhm.
up back into at least top 5. And you know what? Let's take a look into the leaderboards. If it's ready for us to check out at least where the ladies are. Oh wow.
Okay, and it seems like Asteria is still on a really great advantage in terms of points here. Still 70 and it's pretty far apart. But in terms of 2, 3, 4, and 5 placements, they're just up to 2 to 4 points differences. So they can actually immediately get an advantage against each other. So yeah, and also Team 6 too. Like it's just 1 point. I mean, the risks are actually closed closed up against each other. So I guess there will be a lot of changes considering this already the last map of Erangel, and of course they really had to give it their all.
Yep, and number one is coming from still Philippines. But you know what is the great migration right now? Or I would say the great domination is Malaysia. Because number
Yeah,
two, three, and four, they came from Malaysia. And
true.
they are taking all the prize pool. If they combine the money, definitely it will be more for them. But it's not too late to say for IHC, which is from Mongolia, YGY from Indonesia, Mugen Skyler from Singapore, WC Victoria Philippines, Amethyst Philippines also, and Mata Ladies from Indonesia. So it's not too late for them to catch up at least for number two, three, and four spot. But I'm telling you guys that Malaysia just got themselves on the heat and they are gonna get more.
Yes, definitely. And I guess it would be pretty doable to catch up onto our third place or even second place. It will still be manageable, but of course, definitely really hard. So if ever that they would decide to do that, then they definitely have to work their butts off in order to do that. But yeah, I guess just in a bit we'll be diving right into our last map, which is once again Erangel, and we have seen the greatest teams who actually managed to build themselves up at that map. And once again, that is one of the teams here. It will be Asteria from the Philippines, and being followed by the team of ESA Angel. So it might be prevalent that the side of ESA Angels, TGPPG, and Farang Lights we may still be able to catch up once again, being followed by IC Goddess. And so far, they're pretty high up in the leaderboard. So there is a really great chance for them to advance more.
I'm totally agreeing with that. Second that. So hopefully they can just push even more because before this we did see a great distinct between the teams and the countries. Before this it was just there was four different countries at number one till number four, and suddenly it was just like, hey, you know what? Malaysia decided to take over from number two to number four. So
Yeah.
it was pretty crazy with a change of
Wow.
map. So it's like Sanhok's the gameplay of Sanhok is totally different than the big maps that we usually see, which is Miramar and Erangel. Now, of course, in Erangel, we are about to see on how they're going to take down and at least the circle. If it does go into the first, the circle that is, I would say, unforgivable when it comes into the bridge or the waters, then it will be quite tricky.
Yeah, and hopefully he cannot jinx it once again or curse it
Oh,
because,
I shall not jinx it. Sorry. I won't jinx,
but,
guys. Sorry. So
yeah,
the
but
circle.
hopefully it will be pretty similar to earlier on because yeah, it's like what you've said, it is textbook stuff. It's pretty standard, it's pretty wonderful. It's just the usual stuff. And I guess we'll be diving right into our match right now and we'll be heading there just in a bit. And actually, hmm, oh my.
Wow. Look at the flight route, guys. It's going towards
Okay.
South Nose Car. I think it's my caster skills. I'm sorry. Ay,
Slumps
ay, ay.
nose go once again, but this is the same thing that we keep on witnessing too. It's that the team of YGY keeps on landing as early as possible, but this time they'll be followed up by a lot of teams and they'll be distributed at the left part of this map. And if ever they'll be really what they call this, if ever they'll have the luck, then they can have the chance to even reach the hospital and the ruins. But yeah, it seems like we'll be seeing some two teams in one location here, or even more.
Mm-hmm. And it really depends on who wants to grab for Sovnoska because the previous kind
Ooh.
of flight route like this, nobody wanted Sovnoska. So hopefully this time they have learned a lesson or two, and maybe we are looking into Team Vietnam who might just be comfortable over in Novo, or maybe they are just heading towards. Yep, I probably think that they're gonna go for Novo.
Yeah, it is Mata Ladies here. But by the way, yeah, it's Mata Ladies and as well as is this high team. Yeah, Mata Ladies and the high team will be at the area of Sosnovska as much as possible. But yeah, they'll be fleeing just away if they really want to go at the far corner of the map by the right side. But this time, hmm, good distributions. I mean, there are some teams who decided to go at the outskirts or the mini houses who were from nowhere just for the fact that they will be able to secure themselves a really good area for themselves. But oh, what? What happened to Janice?
I think she had a great fall.
Oh no.
Yeah, but I think it's okay. It's gonna be okay for that revival. It's very early, pretty much, even though the flight route is not in favor. Ooh, you know
What?
what? I'm gonna punch you when you fall down. Oh, that's not a good ending at all.
Oh my.
Ouch.
Imagine if the battle royales reflect our lives in the real world. Like imagine if ever that you die from falling and then someone punches you and then you die. Oh my.
Oh, I think it's not a fall. I think it's an accident. Probably one of the Mugan ladies had a vehicle, knock her
Mm-hmm.
down, punch her till death. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, the mad disrespect.
That's probably, yeah, that's probably what happened.
Well, at
I think
least they
so.
secured a kill for themselves,
Yep.
and I don't know if the law of karma would be able to punish them, or would they be able to carry that on? Because of course that is some sort of a morale boost in a way. So, yep.
Now, I think Bunny is praying to the Tencent gods, give me the circle. She was looking out probably because of the
It's too
gyro, but
far.
yeah, it's
Yeah, you
quite cute.
can. Yeah.
But okay, now we can see where the circle is headed on to, and it is going to a general circle. I would say again, these kind of circles it really will test the weights of the players. They have these circles all the time when they go for scrims and things like that. It's pretty much everybody's gameplay, and we're going to see who is going to outsmart one another. Because previously we did see circles like this, and we can see a lot of teams doing quick migration, doing rotations.
Mm-hmm.
Although it's quite worrying for teams who are over in Novo. They have to make their way out. If they know how to do a good rotation, they are able to dodge a few teams that will be spring on towards them.
Agree. And look at this. WC Victoria, I keep on seeing that they always land on the common beta spots, or the hot drops, and this time it's at the pier, and so far they're not seeing anyone, and usually all they have to look out for is whenever they'll be having to face them off by the late stages. So they have no problem in going to hot drops, and as long as they can actually contest, then it would be really great. But so far we have remembered them really facing up against Rolex girls a couple of times already in different maps, and I guess they're a bit thankful that it didn't happen again.
Yeah. It's just like a deja vu effect, and I think
True.
sometimes they are so used to going into their drop spot because of certain looting areas that they have kind of specialized on towards one another. Now looking into the areas of Primos, this is team from Mongolia who has been doing very well, I would say. It's just that sometimes they are. I realize that they are very good with early contention battles. They are able to take them down, but this time, at this point of time, there's nobody alongside with them. So the teams have learned a lesson or two not to be together with IHC, because some teams they are very good with early battles, and then when it comes to the middle game, it tends to be a different kind of gameplay mindset because it builds up the adrenaline or it might kill the adrenaline. So it's either
Hmm.
one.
Yeah, actually, it's all up to the momentum. But hmm, okay. Actually, this is quite new for me. I mean, it is reasonable because this is the last map for everyone.
Yep.
So I guess they'll really go and resort to the safest thing as possible. But I have seen two teams by the lower left corner of the map who might actually face up against each other once that the circle retracts. And as far as I may recall, that would be the team of YGY. And then another
Ooh.
team of I cannot say, but yeah, I guess we will be having some interactions later. Oh yeah, it's demigoddesses rather and IHC goddess. Okay.
Just now, I thought I was watching a movie. I think our observer wanted to do like beautiful shots of Erangel. Thank you, observer, for being very creative. I like to see
True.
the bridge. It's very nice. Yeah, guys. Anyways, that was really a good attempt. He was trying to get that PMGC vibe or PMPL vibe while getting those shots in, and it definitely worked. It looked good. It looked good. But like for now, in Jogopol, I wonder if he wants to try to do a narrative shot here.
Hmm. Would he? Would she rather?
I'm
Uh.
not sure. It depends on observer. Oh,
Let's
he heard us.
go.
He heard us. Oh, okay, that was too close. No, he won't do it. No.
Crazy transitions though. I feel like I'm on an elevator.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
right? He's just gonna go and see. But yeah, these teams are just looting for now over in Jogopol, and the circle, like I said, it's going towards the center. Farang over in school getting some
Ooh.
lessons ahead. I think they are just going to do a little bit of the looting. As of now, choice of weaponry, we are seeing a DP M4 being equipped with Miwa. Again, these two weapons are very good for a long distance and also CQC, and it's really giving good damage point.
Ooh.
Ooh, but we can see the first kill feed here from Indonesia towards Philippines.
Teen. Oh no, teen. Little C Victoria is already down to one more person, but there might still be a chance that they can actually revive her out. But yeah, so far Fire Lady is just taking their time, looting, reading, even taking lessons like what SisJenny said. But oh,
Ooh.
Rex! Oh my, what are those skills?
Oh, I think this is a crash in. Definitely, they got disturbed by the rotation, and that's the probably one player is left for WC, or maybe the entirety. Oh wait, you know what? One team has already left the lobby, so probably is the
Yep.
end for WC. They did not get to go out of containers earlier on, and
Mm-hmm.
they've been disturbed by the rotation.
Yes, and of course they're really giving a good insight here for the side of YG White team because they've been able to fend them off. But the problem here is they might actually receive the same treatment later on as soon as they've been welcomed by the other teams at the circle currently, and everyone's just driving their way onto securing their own spots. But WC actually there are two more
Yeah.
remaining people here from WC Victoria, and they might actually be welcomed here by the members from what do you call this, GRV, and this is Ravium Ravens.
Yeah, from Indonesia, and I think they will see one another because right now WC do not have a vehicle at all, so
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be hard for them to come in. And I think Shiba has already spotted a few moving. Yeah, there you go. They are just neck on neck. They hurt one another. They seen one another, and they have to take down. So I don't know. It is definitely going to its an advantage towards Gravium from Indonesia as compared to the Philippines because they are on foot and they are left with two only, two members only.
Yeah, and they're gonna be pushed out, and they have no choice but to back out if they have the chance to do so. But yeah, by the kill feed, we're seeing two people from Demigoddesses from PH are falling down into the hands of Farang Lassie. So that is something that we have to take into account later on. But so far, it seems like they'll be circling up against them, and they wanted to trap Luna potentially.
Uh-oh. Super vulnerable for Athena. She's in the open. Shiba has a vantage point. She knows exactly where. If Athena were to land her shots without a suppressor, she will be vulnerable. Her position will be known. And up, there you
Ooh,
know. There you go. There you go. Not looking good at all for WC. It's not gonna look good at all because they are only left with Luna, and she can play passive gameplay for survival points. Athena goes back to the lobby. So yep, it's not good.
Luna. Do you have to say good night now? No pun intended because of your name, but
Yeah.
yeah, this is going to be pretty deadly and crucial for you because you might have nowhere to go. You're being hunted down here by the members of uh Brigham Ravens, and you're already receiving a lot of shots here. You have nowhere to run, and finally, that will be the end of the side of WC Victoria. They're just gonna take their time into looting before entering the circle. And look at this, the rest of the people are already at the circle, and this might be a party awaiting.
A party indeed. And Farang Lassie moving out from school, going by towards the areas of Rozok, at least the sides here of the compound near Rozok. They managed to get two out back to the lobby,
Ooh.
but where they are is heavily clustered with teams because the circle has currently concentrated on towards the part of Yasunaya and a portion of Rozok. So I am not sure on how they're going to go into rotation, and they can sneakily or stay in the circle right now because this is pretty much the center of the circle, the pinnacle point. And
Mhm.
if teams were to crash in, there's a lot of entry and exit points for this particular compound.
Yes, and as well as the fact that the rest of our people here are just trying their best to go for their additional years, but they have finally collected a lot of information to know where the other teams are at. So I guess those are some of the stuff that we have to look out for. But hmm, so far it's still the same thing. After the stuff that's happened earlier, after all the clashes, I guess it will be fairly limited, and it'll be might carry on later. But I guess Y already has a really good idea that one of the members here from IHC Goddess is at that hill, and that would just mean trouble for them.
Trouble indeed. Now gonna collect their steps, conceal themselves. And yep, true enough, the circle is heavily concentrated on towards the areas of Yasanaya. So at least I would say the teams that can win or have elimination points and advantage for them would be in the areas of Stalber, the hilly grounds of Yasanaya. Because if you are in a compound, it's going to be hard for you to locate. And plus, it's going to be confusing for the shots to come in. But then again, if the circle decides to end into Yasanaya, you have no option. So you gotta
Mm-hmm.
wait for each other to come in into each other's compounds. But I really like this car. What car is this? It's nice.
True. Is that a Lamborghini? I'm not sure, but
Not sure, yeah.
yeah, there has been some engagements at the bottom area. It is going to be in between the team of Myanmar Goddess and as well as High Team. And yep, there's already one person from their side who has been knocked out, but at least they've been able to heal it out. But so far, they'll be taking themselves away from there, distancing themselves against the team of the goddesses. But Mira has already been put down here by one of the members from IRC Goddess, and IRC Goddess might look forward to having more engagements than one, but so far, Mira has no one else to be able to heal her.
That's a bummer. But yep, they are gonna go and focus into where the compounds is, and we'll try to remain in the dense area of this apartment and will not do anything ceasefire. But wait a minute, there is a fight here over with TGPPG, and this is the areas of the outskirts of Yasunaya. They have spotted the team from Mongolia parking in nicely, and TGPPG already have one casualty, and they will do a revival quickly. But Mongolia, they will not make it easy for TGPPG to budge in.
But look at this, there's already tremendous amount of shots being put out here by Dini. And so far, already a couple of members here being put down here from the side of IRC Goddess. And look at this, it's still continuing. Fa has been able to secure someone once again. And Mira has finally ended her adventure at this point in time. But still gonna push forward, leaving our members here from Farang Lassie along with the goddesses. And so far, there's going to be the revive coming in from Dini in hopes of saving themselves from this misery.
Oh, misery indeed. Nira already have located a few of the contestants from the opposite portion. Still, Circle decides to go in the areas of Yasunaya, but it really is an advantage is in the Stalber areas. I would say the cliff sides is amazing if you get to do a good gameplay. But we can see kill feeds happening with TGPPG against IHC, and these are the people right outside of Yasunaya. So far, no fights at all is happening over in the estate of Yasunaya. They are just keeping quiet first. Hopefully, the circle will close into these areas, because if not,
Ooh.
then it would be hard for them to come in. But Dini here trying to cook a nade, trying to make it difficult for IHC to come out.
Yep, and definitely that is already one woman down for the side of IHC, and they're already clumped up onto that one corner at the house. So I guess they're just gonna put out a lot of grenades for them to eat, and that's going to be a problem for them. But hey.
Oh, is it gonna be a Kobe? Ay, the grenade came in on time, but it's not so painful. Tanking a little bit of the damage. Miko managed to get a little bit more of the damage from the side, but is that sufficient? Because Miko is the only one surviving. Oh, and you know what? She has to go for that run. Oh, still, it's a pretty heavy coat for her to be wearing
Yep.
this, but it doesn't matter. It's just the cosmetics. We'll seek for refuge while we are seeing kill feeds happening over on towards Myanmar. Goddess will not have in the favor, and they will not get the luck at all because they are being hunted down and back to the lobby.
Yep, they're already out of this match. Already 12 more teams remaining. And I am quite impressed for High Team because right now they've been able to keep themselves intact regardless of the three last engagements that they had from earlier of this match. But this time, just 11 more. Just I was saying that. And we'll be having additional casualties here from the side of ESA Angels, where the side of Asteria would try and secure their own kill points.
Kill points and trying to look out for more. And I think Vietnam will try to do an unorthodox rotation, going to a different part because it's heavily clustered on towards the south. And like I said, Stalber is the best place to be right now because it seems like the compound areas, the building areas in Yasanaya, nobody wants to be there. Everybody's coming out because it's really hard to play within buildings.
Mm-hmm.
IHC managed to take down the entire TGPPG, so it's not going to look good for that. They are no longer going to be rooted into the table because it gives additional points to IHT, which is actually bubbling under in number 6 or 5. So it's able, they are able to do a lot of catching up. Again, depends on where or how are they going to fall out of this match, or maybe they can just get themselves a chicken dinner.
Yes, and hopefully that will be the case. But one of the teams here, which is ESA Angels, are not looking good at all against one team that they're facing up against. But Mugen Skylar is still in a really good position. But look at this. It's going to be one member from Farang Lassie already being eliminated and is being continued here by High Team. High Team has entirely eradicated the team of ESA Angels.
Aha, IHC having a good point of information here, but they are being hunted from the back by Grenette here with that long distance shots with 6 times on board. She has no idea where she's shooting, but she definitely clicked the shots in towards IHC, taking control of the killy sites besides the lake in Yasanaya. This is actually a good place to do a long range distance, and you know that's the reason why IHC is also doing a wall of smoke to make them confused exactly to where they are shooting, because right now Bunny can't even locate exactly to where the opponents are in.
Yeah, but look at this. This is a row of teams that might face up against each other. IUC Goddesses, Farang Lassie, and as well as YGY team. But let's see if they would actually hold up against each other, because so far YGY might actually go out and just secure a good point for themselves within the inner circle. And so far we are having great distributions here from the side of YGY as well. But look at this. Babini has already been eliminated by one of the members here from GLX, and so far they're really consistent in doing so. Oh my. Yup, they really wanted them out already. That fast.
Okay. Now, actually, the people from the hillside should get the advantage of a lot of things here, but because of not enough closure, not enough places for them to seek for refuge, hence the people from the buildings or the apartments, which is coming from Amethyst, taking control of it without any elimination points. They're just giving a whole lot of damage and maybe getting killed still by other teams along the
Ooh.
way. Mugen Grenette already getting hunted here, but Nira with the usage of M4 M24 in hand managed to snipe onto one of them, and IHC had a great fall. So this is really the great migration begins. Still a portion of it belongs to the compound, and people in the compound will have to wait for one another before the fight starts, and heavily sprays here from the people of the apartment.
Yeah, but the problem here is, what if the circle tries to traverse toward the upper boundaries where it is completely out in the open? That is something we have to find out. But we're already seeing some players here from the side of Stereo being taken down by the members here from what do you call this? The side of Mad Ladies. And so far they're really having a difficult time to countering them out. And High Team, despite of all the prevalence that they did from earlier, it is already going to be a potential difficulty that they might face currently. And there's already a lot of people at the compound, and like 3 teams at the upper part of the circle, and they might actually face up against each other later on
Yeah,
again.
this is definitely hard. But looking
Faro.
to IHC's position, I really like how determined and how bold of a place that they are choosing. They are in the open. This is one of the best places to be because we have no idea where is the next circle that might close in. Because the people over in the compound might get the advantage right now, but in order for them to get out, it's going to be crazy brutal battle later. So as of now, we're just waiting for all the shots to come in after one another. We can see crossfire is happening between the people of the hill and the people in the compound itself. And you know what? The circle decides to pull towards the area of no man's land. And getting heavy sprays here is from Demigod towards Farang Lassie. And now all these teams in the compound, they have to get their way out.
Definitely out in the open. I think we just predicted it, but oh my, this is going to be really deadly for all of the ladies out here, especially those who decided to try and set up a camp here at the compound. And there are already a lot of people who are rushing towards here, but still, they might have that struggle. But Mystery is already really long on how they're being rushed in here by the members of YGY, and this might already be a potential difficulty that has to be faced here by Asteria. And look at that, by the sidelines, it will be a fight in between High Team and as well as Parang Lassie. And so far, there are already a couple executions happening, and Haru is really standing out currently. And
Oh.
Bao.
That's the outcome for coming out on towards the compound areas and trying to get into the hillside. Hence, the advantage really goes towards the
Oh,
people of Stalber who just make their way down as compared to the people who came out from the compound because they have really limited areas. They have been heavily sprayed here. Parang Lassie made their way out similarly to also, I think, the team of Vietnam who is currently having to face all this. But Xia trying to fix on towards the buggy, which we've already exploded their key. She's already located a few of the casualties right in front. I mean, come on, that's enough with the buggy. You gotta go for the elimination points, Ja, and that elimination points indeed will throw over the Molotov, trying to burn down IHC, which is so strong right now, showing that they are controlling the game.
Icy Goddess has really mustered a lot of encouragement for themselves, and they've been able to secure really great locations, and as well as they always stick as a team. They might scatter, but it is pretty sure that they might meet again with one another after a specific encounter. But this time, look at this. There are already a lot of robos being put out there by all of the teams, and they're already pinpointing where each other is at. And they're already out in the open. The blue zone's already finally retracting. So this is going to be definitely a difficult time for them to take, as there are already a couple of shots going to put out there
Girl.
six, but still at the same time, there's going to be the struggle being put out here from the side of Asteria. And there are additional drawbacks here from the side of IHC Goddess, and this might be a potential showdown.
Wonderful shots there from Asteria, although the only survivor, but she managed to dodge some bullets. That's that she's the only the lone ranger that was still alive. But guess what?
Ooh.
IHC, such domination, coming back strong from Mongolia. They have been showing a lot of skills for this game. They have migrated from places that we can't explain, but they are still in control of it. And right now, look at the circle, it's theirs, and there are still four ladies standing strong. Now Baby Me is trying to hit on to that tree, but not connecting anything because the angles, it seems
Ooh.
impossible. And true enough, 11 elimination already for IHC. This is a total domination.
Yes, definitely. There's going to be a showdown between them, but there's going to be between Amethyst team versus IC Goddess. But look at this. They might still be going for the free parts here just for the sake of ensuring that they have nowhere to go. And this is already two people from the side of IHC, and so far they're still trying their best into order to gear themselves so that they'll be able to go for a reset. But so far, one more person remaining here from the side of Amethyst team. They'll try to go for a revive here, but let's see if they will have the chance to do so, considering that there might be a chance that they have nowhere to give themselves more room and space to breathe,
Oh,
and
a
they can
Kobe.
suffocate at this situation. But, ooh, Lenny,
It was a Kobe indeed. It cook and click it right on, and look into how they're gonna push. Top elimination, they're gonna push, and you know what? It was a road kill. Winner chicken dinner for Mongolia. And amazingly showing us domination.
what a way to end the match. Like, everyone just literally tried to throw a lot of grenades and decided that, you know what, we don't have any use of these bullets, we can't pre-fire, we can't let this pass, so let's just run them over. And
Yeah,
immediately ended the match with how many kill points is this? It is 14 kill points for IHC Goddess.
crazy. What a comeback there. Showing that they are the king, the ladies, the queens, everything. All these supremacies. But let's go with the list. We've got Team Amethyst at number 2. Number 3 is team from Vietnam, Team High Team. Number 4, I'm not sure which is this, but I think it's from Indonesia. Number 5
It's
GL.
Mata Ladies.
Mata Ladies, yes, from Indonesia. And then we've got, I think this is from Philippines, GL. With, number 5, number 6 is Demigod. Number 7 isn't that a GL? There's a lot of GLs today. But yeah, at number
Yeah,
7, GRV is Gravium from Indonesia. At number 8, Farang Lassi from Malaysia. Number 9, number 10,
Mugen.
Mugen Skylar from Singapore. Number 11, Esa from Malaysia. Number 12, TGPPG. Number 13 is Goddess from Philippines. Wait, no, this is Myanmar.
It's Myanmar, yeah.
Yeah, number 14 is WC from Philippines.
Yes, and I don't think that we have I mean there are some show from Asteria, but it's not that much. I guess they're really comfortable enough with the 70 points that they currently have, but we'll be seeing in the leaderboards later on if ever that they would some other teams would be able to catch up to them, or would it be that they would be able to secure the top one for themselves, because what just like what SisJenny said from earlier, there are a couple or there are a lot of teams who are pretty close in terms of points, and they can easily advance it through if ever that they would get enough placement and as well as skill points.
Yeah, but definitely for sure, I think number 1 won't be moving any further. They would still remain number 1, which is the champions currently is from Philippines, Asteria, with a leading point of 70, and I think they did additional points coming into the lobby at number 6. So that's definitely an additional for them. But there will be changes with number 2, 3, and 4, knowing that there was a domination from
Yeah.
IHC from Mongolia. So they were at number 5 before this. So I think it's going to be easy for them to at least make their way up into number 2, 3, or 4.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I guess we'll be finding out about that more as soon as the leaderboards has already been tallied
Mhm.
and finalized. But so far, we would like to thank everyone who really supported their teams up to this point, and as well as the fact that these ladies really showed up their prowess, not only with beauty but with boldness. And so far, it is really a great experience seeing all these ladies showing up. Like what you said from earlier, these are not just ladies, like these are definitely beasts in a good way, of course, and they can actually face up against men just fine because they play like men too. Like what women can do can what men can do can definitely be done by women as well.
Yep, definitely. They are so feisty and infuriating anger that they have. They want that chicken dinner and try to take whatever
True.
that they could. Of course, the invaders earlier was the teams that came from Stalber, gave them that advantage to just stay put. But it was unfortunate for the people that came from the compounds. They couldn't come out as nice. You know, we did see Farang Lassi kind of compose similarly to Demigod. They had that both placed nicely, but because they had to bring their vehicles out, getting sprays by the vantage point is not a joke. Obviously, you will get hit and get explosion. Of course,
Yeah.
Mugen Skylar had to face the same consequences by being at the cliff or the edges of the Yasanaya Lake. So it really was all about luck. And unfortunately, the luck of Yasanaya, it wasn't on them, but for the people of Stalber coming down towards the hill, it was more on towards those teams.
Yes, and at least they lasted that long, and that I think that's what matters is that they've done their best. And yep, well, I am pretty curious about who are your top picks for top two and two to four, because personally I guess there are a lot of pressure that's been put out by IRC Goddess, especially because they stood out in the last match.
Mhm.
But who do you think would it be?
Okay, probably we all know number 1 will not have any changes, but maybe number 2, maybe IHC will give that final boost to push themselves back up into number 2, maybe, and then somehow it is a battle between Essa and also Farang Lassi. Probably either one of them will take into number 3, but then again, there is consideration of all these other teams which made a last few comebacks, because if you realize, Amethyst managed to get good points also coming in at number 2, so they managed to push up a bit more points for them. Amethyst, even though currently Amethyst, if I'm not wrong, they are in the bottom part of the leaderboard, so maybe they probably with that push of extra 12 points, and if I'm not mistaken, they had like 7 or 6 elimination points, maybe they get into top 5 or maybe top 7 maybe. But again, there would not be as much changes because some of these teams were still consistent to leave the lobby at least in the top 10.
Yes, and I'm quite excited if the leaderboards are already quite ready. Let's ask the Tencent God. Is the Tencent Gods ready for the leaderboards? Question mark?
I
Oh,
don't-
okay, not yet, not yet. Okay, they're really cooking it up well. Like they're computing it well. Is this sure? Like, okay, let's make sure of that. Okay, he's here. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit time because the ladies have shown the best better, and of course, thank you so much to all the ladies that has participated in our PUBG Mobile Open in FSL. Do participate with us when we open up even more because this is seasonal. We have been doing this for a while, and we are gonna crown the true blue queen beauties, and I would say the fighters
True.
of FSL PUBG Mobile. Every season, there's gonna be a different champion. If I'm not wrong, the previous one was between Alter Ego Dion and BTR. I'm not sure. I
Ooh.
can't remember by then, but it was an Indonesia domination. But this time, it is the Philippines domination.
Ooh, interesting. And at least we're really having good mix of teams from one season to another. Last season, I'm not there yet, but yep, it seems like there has been really great representatives so far, and it's really great to see that these teams are really eager to stand up for themselves, not only for themselves but also for the women's and of course their representing country.
Mm-hmm.
And well, in terms of if ever there will be, of course, another season for PUBG Mobile, I'm really looking for it. Hopefully, they can play the next season too, so that I will be able to see how they play.
Yeah, definitely. We want to see a great consistent results coming from all these countries, and all of them. I know some came very far from Mongolia to share the same ping, and
Yeah,
definitely they don't have the same kind of ping. They have to pay for a little bit of difficulty, but still they are showing themselves that they proved worthy to be here. They probably have the
true.
heaviest ping amongst all of us, but they are showing a lot of skill sets based on the previous gameplay that we see and witness in Erangel.
Yeah, regardless of all the ping differences, yay, they're still doing their best, and I think that is what matters too. Is all the determination and the psyche that involves all of this. And well, once again, we would like to thank our sponsors. Of course, it is Until and Yahoo, because of course this tournament would not be possible if it weren't for you guys, and of course our very beautiful stream director right now. It is Sync, as far as we recall, and of course one of our editors here is Kimchi, and as well as the whole team of FSL. Thank you for making such really wonderful and clean overlays as what we are seeing here.
Mhm, definitely for that. But to the teams that have participated, Amethyst, Asteria, ESK Penthra, Gravium Ravens, High Team, IC Goddess, Mata Ladies, Mensa Ladies, Mugen Skylar, SC Savior, T4S, Espiliation, Team
Mm-hmm.
M11, WC Victoria, Rolex Girls, aka X De Luna, Demigoddesses, Anastasia, Esa Angels, Farang Lassie, Sugar Rush, OFC, Goddess, TGPPG, the Demi Goddesses, YJY, and also Zap. Thank you so much for joining into this competition, and we hope to see you guys in the next future. Of course, FSL is open not only for PUBG Mobile, there is Valorant going on, there's Wild Rift, there's a lot of it, and it's only catered to the ladies. So if you have a team or if you don't, this is the time where you create one and look out for the next tournament and come in with us.
Yes, I'm actually curious if FSL will be able to have like a Mobile Legends bracket, and hopefully we can see one of more of those, or if ever like League PC, because I can recall a lot of League women who are really good in League. So yeah, and hopefully this can be more expanded so that sure, of course, women will be able to have more grounds in order to showcase their talents.
Yeah, we empower a lot of people, and plus
Power.
in gaming, we are doing it also. Plus, of course, you can see that the two casters are two ladies. We have beautiful Mochii all the way from Philippines, and then you have me. Always, it's always like you have this person who is always talking. But anyways, that's aside. Hopefully, the leaderboards is on the way because I know they are putting a lot of hard work in order to get this very beautiful, like what Mochi is saying, clean overlays. They are putting a lot of work
True.
into it. So give us some time to show it to you guys, and we can award towards the top four winners. And remember, the prize pool is
Mm-hmm.
given towards number one is actually $500. That is in Singapore dollars, and number two is 250 Singapore dollars, and number three 175 Singapore dollars, and number four is 75 Singapore dollars.
Yes, and seems like we have listened. We have been blessed by the leaderboards, and that is going to be. Dun, 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 dun. She. Let's go.
Ooh, wow, that was a definite push up here coming from IC Goddess, and true enough, they push up to number two.
Wow. What are there? What's their rank earlier? I mean, it's pretty low as far as we may recall. But now they're already at 2, so they breached up the boundaries. 30 astounding points were being put out here by IRC Goddess, being followed by Esa Angels with 51, YGY team with 50, Farang Lassie with 49, TGPPG with 48, Amethyst team with 42, High team with 37, Mata Ladies with 32, and Mugen Skylar with 28.
Wow, that is definitely a standoff for all these teams. And thank you very much. And congratulations to the winner,
Yay!
the champion from Philippines, Asteria, with 81, picking up the last few points. You know what? If they got too soon earlier on, it could have been a takeover towards the Mongolian. But, you know, Asteria, as to what was said earlier, they have been very feisty and dominating, and this is the way they prove their point by being the champions of PUBG Mobile Open FSL 2022.
Yes, and congratulations to everyone who participated to PUBG Mobile Open by FSL. Not just for those who really received all those rewards, but also to everyone who definitely participated and took time, the effort, and all the blood, sweat, and the tears. If ever there are tears, hopefully not. That has been put into the games that we had yesterday and today, all the way in the registrations and stuff, and of course in order to prove your power as women. And I guess that would be the time we will be able to wrap this up. SisJenny, do you have any more closing remarks?
Not really, but you guys stay safe and keep
Yeah.
gaming and register yourself for more tournaments and don't forget to watch SEA Games that is happening right after this. Support your
True.
country and support the players. And that's it from me,
VCT
SisJenny
2.
and Mochii. So you guys take care, stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time.